Why do I have so many paintbrushes?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 11th installment of the first season campaign of Performance Check: The Empire of Blood. I realize in the no mic chat I forgot to put that I was undeafening. That's my bad. I was doing more prep on the side, and then I was like, oh, the intro song is almost over. The intro song is almost over.
The intro song is almost over.
But we got it. We're good. We're good. We're good. I am not too terribly worried. So, when last we left our ill-fated heroes, we found ourselves in the very beginning of the session, still in the Eurydian capital city, as the party went about their individual business, finishing up a couple of miscellaneous personal tasks here and there, before eventually working their way down to the ferry that was prepared for them, where they sailed across the inlet of the atoll and touched the shores of the Turakian jungles. There was one hiccup on the boat ride, though, as a certain individual in the party who's coming into a vast array of power and potency temporarily, accidentally, stopped the ship dead in its tracks in the middle of its charted course before releasing it and allowing it to go. As the party set foot on an area that was not Empire soil, for some of you, for the first time in your lifetime, and for others of you, for the first time in a harrowing array of years, the party landed on a beach in the Turakian Islands, and Tara Lionsborn, eager to be back home, leaves in a dead sprint into the jungle line, the rest of the party following shortly thereafter. And the party follows Tara as she sprints through what she recognizes as her true home. And she finds herself in the burnt, war-torn, dilapidated, and lifeless remains of the village of Clan Lionsborn. Ash caking all of the fresh, well, not fresh, actually, because the ash is depriving nutrients, all of the dead grass in the area. Burnt down homes, a stake placed just barely on the outer edge of the village, where Tara knows her father emitted his last breaths. And a small glint of what could be hope appeared to Tara in the central fire pit. And there she found a torque, infused with the might of the lion, and bound to not just a powerful manticore, but the manticore, which now she wears proudly upon her collarbone, as the last survivor and thus leader and champion of the Lionsborn clan. The party set up camp for the night. Various antics ensued. Many ill-spirited pranks and ventures led to, I don't want to necessarily call it a fracture within the group, but much rather separated two Empire cronies who were coming with you as, yes, perhaps some martial assistants, but also more than likely babysitters. But Enyo, Ares, and Evander found themselves their own campsite after a great and hefty misunderstanding led to Tara hurling a spear towards the Tabaxi gentleman. On the outskirts of the village, as camp was being set up, Ibis, curious about the power that was welling in her, decided to test, not necessarily the limitations, but test the width of effect that her powers can command. And had a shattering revelation that the Empress, being as powerful as she is, can very, very easily spare any member of her empire from any form of suffering or poverty or hunger, and willingly makes the choice not to. Ibis had a few tests of faith before this, but this more than likely is the most profound breaking of the foundation. A couple of members of the party had their own individual business to attend to after preparing the camp. And the Wraith of Turak, the being that you were sent here onto the island to track down, very briefly, in just a small glimpse, was seen on the outskirts of the ruined village before leaving on her own accord and off to perform what one could assume to be her own business. In the morning, Lysandra, who had stayed up the entire night before, gave a very profoundly kind and beautiful gift to Tara Lionsborn, and ritual casting plant growth returned life to the ruined village of Clan Lionsborn. Not only did it bring in new foliage, but fauna that were all throughout the jungle, now seeing this land brought back to life and prosperity, began to gather around. As, to an extent, not only did Lysandra return this land to Tara, but returned it to Tarak. And now the party knows what is ahead. A powerful, void-corrupted specter, the result of a botched sustainment process, is loose in the jungle, and you all have a mission to track her down and dispose of her. Though I will say, that might not be the only solution to this conundrum. With that being said, welcome to episode 11 of the Empire of Blood, Wraith Hunt. So, all of you, same morning as Lysandra just finished the casting of plant growth, are awake and, in varying degrees from each other, ready for the day that is looking ahead of you. What, if any, early morning special preparations or activities are our ill-fated heroes up to?
What time did Lysandra wake everyone up again? Was it like 6
I
or
think it was
something?
like 7 a.m.
7 a.m.
Yeah, like 6 or 7.
Yeah. Kip would do their very best to just try going right back to sleep, so there's that.
Fair enough. Anybody else?
I know. I just know I was told to go back to sleep.
Yes.
Lysandra's fine. She's not.
Lysandra believes that she is fine.
I don't want to say Galatea would be watching close, ready to use command and make Lysandra go to sleep.
I mean, if you all, technically speaking, if you all want to take another long rest back to back with the first, you theoretically can. But that might very much change the landscape of what is going to be occurring.
If I take like an hour sleep, would I go from very sleepy to sleepy?
No. That will not restore it. 1 hour of
What?
sleep will not restore.
What
2
will make
hours.
me sleepy?
So, a long rest removes 2 levels of fatigue. There is no rules for a short rest, but I will also argue if anybody perhaps has a spell or spell-like ability that can reasonably be used to wake someone up a little bit and give them a jolt of energy, you are welcome to pitch it to me.
Tirfi has the herbalist background ability.
Okay.
For like making drinks specifically that
Just give me a shot of espresso. Let's
help
go.
in these little kind of ways. Yeah, I can just make
Potions
some
of
nice
no sleep.
I can just make some nice Turkish, Turaki coffee.
Yeah. You know what? I do like that. In a very silly but entirely reasonable way, you do have, like... Well, they obviously, of course, wouldn't be roasted, but you do have access to Rocky and coffee beans by virtue of being in the jungle right now. We'll
some
say
beans.
yeah. Does anybody want to assist Tirfi with
could
a
I
dash
assist?
of this and a dollop of that?
Could I assist on that?
Tirfi, would you accept the help action from Enya Lakeos?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I am also a fellow alchemist in theory.
Okay, so please go ahead. We're gonna make this one a two-parter. Because you're not foraging for the usual materials Tirfi has access to, so she's less familiar with like specific, like what beans are the most ripe and ready for coffee and, you know, things of that nature. So first, both of these are going to be made at advantage because Enya was helping you. I'm going to need a survival check to pick out the freshest and best ingredients possible. $15. Okay. And then... Okay, DC adjusted based on the roll that you got on the survival check. Give me a check with your herbalism kit.
Just 2.
22.
22.
Absolutely beats the meager DC 13 that you were faced with. Yes, absolutely. So, what we're gonna do is this. We're kind of wishy-washying the mechanics here. I'm gonna say... Anybody who has the coffee, who does not have a level of fatigue, can add 1d4 to their next ability, their next dexterity skill check or saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
And Lysandra, you can move yourself up to sleepy.
Yay!
Okay. So anybody else who
Lysandra's
drinks the
always
coffee
looking
can add a d4 to your next dexterity save or skill check.
Terrifying gets the
I-
longest
Which,
hug.
which, technically speaking, does also apply to initiative.
I have some
Easy
coffee.
snake.
Um,
Woody, please.
oh, of course.
Uh,
I'm trying to think.
is-
I had something to say to Enyo, but I can't remember
Oh
now.
no.
Oh no.
You'll remember eventually.
Mm-hmm. Um, I guess the other thing was just giving Lysandra her serving after big hug. Is asking. I forget. Did Ebis relate that the Wraith appeared and then left?
Yes.
Yes.
As we were
Yes,
bad
yeah,
mouthing
yeah,
it?
did.
Okay, so yeah.
I think Ebis during all of this is still like keeping an eye out for that Wraith. Like has
Ooh.
not calmed down.
Perception.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Perception. What is my perception? A solid 8.
Can Tara also roll perception? Because from what I remember, Tara was sitting with Ebis when the session ended.
Yes, you may also.
Natural 20, total 23.
Jesus shit.
Fuck off. You can see all the way back to the Empire.
So Ebis, you are 100% certain? No Wraith.
No way.
Can't see it anywhere.
It's the first time she's ever drank coffee. She's just like
Can't say it anywhere.
She's very distracted.
No void stink. No any weird shenaniganry. 99 out of 100. Definitely no Wraith. Tara.
I believe Claire had something to finish before we continue.
Oh yes. Go ahead. Claire, go ahead and say what you were going to, what you were saying.
Lysandra, sorry for meeting you with the Cronty when you are so tired, but given what we know about the race behavior yesterday, do we perhaps want to consider not following through exactly on destroying the creature, but trying some other means of resolution? I don't know that it can be compelled to leave this place, but I would feel very bad. I would feel very sad if we did not try to have some communication with it. I don't even know if it can be communicated with. You would be the expert for that, but I wanted you to know your thinking.
Well, oh, I went southern. Wrong character. Not southern.
Nolani shows up.
No.
Well, hey, we'll just invite her over for some sweet tea.
yeah. Well, I believe I wasn't going to be a person who was going to actively fight the Wraith. More of similar line of thinking question. And I guess it would depend on where their sanity is with the corruption. That really depends on how we can engage. If they're too far gone, then it just might be a fight instinct versus a simple communication. We don't know if it can actually speak. I mean, I could try to speak with them. If they share the same tongue as my patrons do. But if we can find a diplomatic way to to talk, I think that would be the best option. Because quite frankly, killing things that are corrupted or nestled with the void is not an easy feat, and I don't want any of you to get hurt or lose your mind to this creature, to this being.
Well then, next question. I don't think that Leora would accept anything besides annihilating the thing as a successful report. How would we do this with both her and Ibis's oversight? Well, not to mention the magistrate and her bodyguard.
Is this chat happening at the campfire?
Is it?
It would probably be wherever Lysandra was nestled up to go to sleep. And then a coffee was
Yeah.
brought to her. So it's in the camp.
It's not a conversation Tiffy would want to have
With everyone.
where everyone is.
I just wasn't sure if Kip would have been nearby or not,
If-
but that's fine. You guys have your seat.
I mean, I feel like if you were around, she wouldn't have kept it from you. Because you're not like an information concern.
I think it would be fair to say that Kip could be the easiest person to be around because Lysandra and Kip were both going back to bed.
Yeah.
That actually, okay, yeah, that makes sense. All right, so
If
I
you
guess
want
Kip's
to
also
insert
there.
yourself, yes. I
Sure,
think that would
okay.
be okay with me.
Okay.
Lysandra does a ponder. Well, we could... The only matter of things I could think of is we could try to manufacture or bring back something that shows proof of a being that is dead. But if it's more so of a wild goose chase and a story that most tell to scare others away, then she might not expect us to come back with something tangible or even to succeed.
Yes, I suppose another successful condition would be to all die. She is probably wishing for that about as much.
Lysandra nods. Sips her
Like,
coffee.
You're respected. You're seer magic. I'm still drinking this very bitter but very invigorating beverage. Couldn't you just say, like, you don't foresee it having any problems in the future or something?
I could. It would not be a lie
Just-
either.
Be vague. Yeah.
And even if she wants to prod in my mind, I've warned her countless times that it is not an easy feat, and I'm sorry. But
Your brain is ouch by association. Just, yeah, no. I don't like it when you do the brain talk thing. That fucks me up.
then it's the only way to make sure that you don't spill important information.
Or you could just, like, do a signal.
No.
No, you can't.
No.
No.
There are certain spells that can oversee. Doing things telepathically in your head is the easiest way to not have information go awry. Learn the message cantrip. That will be your best interest.
Ew.
Yeah, ew. You would point to
I've
people
got
and
better
talk to them.
ones. I can mock people and injure them with words, wounding them with words. I am so proud of that skill. Oh, maybe I should whip that out on the guy that we tried to prank earlier. Eh?
No comment.
Talking to your feet.
I think we can leave him alone for now.
If you say so.
We just have to be on edge and prepared for the other two, and potentially Ibis's wants to attack straight ahead. So we might want to find a way to, I don't want to say separate.
No, definitely. Let's separate the party. I can take the other the words. Fuck. The ones we don't want to do stuff with. I can distract them. I'm very good at that.
If this resolves well, then, well, we will have upwards of 2 weeks to continue to bother the Catman.
That's a good point.
Consider
maybe
it
just-
a treat motivator.
We just need to be
Then how-
prepared for them attacking immediately.
Okay. So, if they attack, I can just intercept and attack them and make it look like an accident. Problem solved. And then they can't attack anymore.
I think Lysana just does a long sip of the coffee and goes,
They
no.
are- They are woefully outnumbered, I think.
Totally.
The coin flip is Ibis.
I can handle Ebis one way or another. And that nerd, I could totally kick that nerd's ass if the wolf is out of the... That thing scares me, bro.
Logically, we should not turn this into a all-on attack towards each other. That would look bad if we, by the graces of the goddess herself, we come back with no trouble, no harm whatsoever.
No, I'd just be like, oh no, I was enthralled. I was overtaken by the creature. Oh man. Okay, I know. I see your point. We'll figure it out when we get there. But if we ever need to, split up to cover more ground, I'll go with the official people. You're also in an official capacity. You do stuff. So I think that division would make sense, kind of. Because that's, 4 people. And then... it's too early for math.
Alrighty. If there is nothing else, I do want to go back and let y'all know what Tara gets on that nat 20 if you finish the conversation. If not, we're good.
I'm finished.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they just start talking numbers, and it hurts Kip's head more.
You've got it.
Great.
We just go into logistics of what's a proper team composition to split the party into.
So.
Yep, gets a magical migraine.
So, Tara, you also look out into the jungle line. Now, where Ibis went wrong is not that Ibis is not perceptive, is that Ibis was looking kind of around where the Wraith was spotted the last time, kind of in the middle distance between you and the jungle foliage. And the Wraith is not there. But you, with your feline sense, you peer deeper and deeper into the tree line. And you also do not see the Wraith. What you do see instead, they have not seen you, but around, we'll say a garrison's worth of Euridian soldiers. Most of them look to be of some human-like denomination, wearing breastplates, helms, large, like the like classical like Spartan's helm with the large crest on the top. Leather armored sandals and bracers. We'll say about... I said half a garrison, not a garrison. We'll say a good 80% of the individuals you see in this group who are moving in the jungle away from you. They are not anywhere near your current direction. 80% of them look to be some regular classification of Veer, of humanoids. The other 20% are larger, bulkier Throck legionnaires who are following close behind. And one individual in far more lavish and decorated armor, who you think to be a general or some other warlord-like station, leading this group of men from the front, heading off into the deeper into the jungle.
Tara is going to tap Ibis and point it out. You see that?
Okay. Ibis, as Tara points the group out to you, you too see the massive group of Uridian soldiers.
Oh.
Um,
Why are they here?
I don't know. Do you want to come with me and find out?
Yes, absolutely I do.
Tara is going to pick up her sword and her shield and go and kind of go and tell Lysandra she's leaving just for a little while and kind of explain. She'll walk into the tents or wherever they're sleeping and go, pardon me, Ibis and I are going to head into the woods to investigate something. We should not be gone too long.
Okay, you know the drill. And I think she just whistles, and then Typhon just appears on your shoulder and just clampers on.
Hi, Tara.
I have a request, my love. If you do not mind. May I borrow your old blindfold?
Oh yes.
Ooh.
She'll put the drink down, and then she'll search through the bag of holding and just pull out her old veil.
This is Tara's actually doing this because Lysandra had mentioned that if you look at the Wraith, it can harm you.
Interesting.
That's so
Okay.
smart.
And Tirfi, I have a small request from you as well before we leave.
Yes?
Do you have any tea on hand?
Yes, always.
May I have some just to take with me?
But what's the occasion?
I believe I am going to try and invite someone to tea.
Oh. For an introduction. Well, you must take the jasmine then.
Wonderful. Thank you. And she will walk over and kiss Lysandra, Kip, and Tirfi on the forehead before leaving.
Oh. You need some help, or you gonna do this all by yourself?
Well, your cousin is coming with me, so I should be okay.
I was gonna ask if you want to come with.
You can, yes, like Lysandra, or like Ibis had said. You can come if you would like. I just figured you were probably tired.
If you don't mind me coming, Tara, I think I will. Thanks.
I would love your company.
Reminder for the players, as you all are, whoever is coming on this mission, whoever is going to be attempting stealth checks because of the coffee, get to add a d4 to the total. You can save it for a later roll if you would want to. Like I said, it applies to any dexterity skill check or saving throw. But if you would like to use it right away for stealth, it's a d4. So let's split the party. Let's get Ibis, Kip, and Tara, and Typhon. You know, because Typhon is riding with somebody, we're just going to make Typhon's stealth Tara's stealth.
Wonderful.
Okay, I was like, Typhon, I think has a high stealth.
Oh!
Yeah, because Tara's is not very good, and Tara is also not going to be stealth.
Okay, so... Okay. Typhon will give you advantage on the stealth check, Tara.
Fantastic.
Good boy.
Yeah,
Typhon will assist you.
Yeah, Typhon has a +6 to stealth.
Tara will just scratch him under the chin and go, while we're out there, we might get some good hunting done for jerky.
Immediate narrows eyes.
Okay. That is a 15 stealth from Kipariso.
Plus
With a
3.
d4 added on, so an 18.
Okay, so I get advantage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Tara has a +2. So 15 total.
Okay. Do you want to add the d4 or do you want to save it for later?
Tara did not drink the coffee.
Tara doesn't drink the coffee. Fair enough. Okay. 15 from Tara. Ibis, give me a stealth check, and also did you drink the coffee?
Yeah, Ibis did drink the coffee. I am blaming her really low perception on that.
Sure.
She's never had coffee.
Incredible.
Also, can Ibis guide herself?
Yes.
Yes, you
Oh,
may.
She knows that she's bad with the stealth, so she is gonna use that.
Gosh. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Add
That's
guidance.
18.
Add guidance.
Guidance is what is it? Let me read my own spells.
It's
I
a
think
D4.
It's a D4.
Yeah.
Okay, and are you
23.
saving the d4 from coffee for later?
Yeah, I think she's saving the D4.
Cool. Awesome. All right, divided by. Oh no, hold on. That is 15, 18, and 23 divided by 3. Average of 19 stealth, rounded up. 19 stealth for the party.
Nice.
Okay. You three disperse into the jungle, all following Tara's lead, as not only is she your navigator, but she is also the one with the bead on this large, I would say, I don't know why I said a half a garrison, because a garrison is not a measurement of the size of a military.
Yeah, garrison is like a huge fortress.
It's a huge fortress, so that was my bad. We're going to still not a small amount of people here. There are
Would you say it's a legion or less?
a legion, yeah, more like.
Or a regiment.
Yeah, because like phalanx would be like the halfway point between regiment and legion, I think.
Let's see. Nope, not a legion. That's 6,000 soldiers.
That's so many.
Between
A
1,000
squad? A troop?
Okay. There are... The entire group is 50 strong. 40 of them are regular-looking Veer. 10 are incredibly beefy and brutish-looking Thrak. And there is one commander or general type individual. Still a lot of people here, but not, 3,000.
What exactly are they doing? Are they just hanging out, or are they following?
No, they are
following,
actively walking away from where the party's camp is.
in the same direction as our little squad of 3? Or
Your squad of 3 is following them. That's what's happening. Yeah.
okay.
Okay. So,
Okay.
the 3 of you dip through the jungle line, following Tara as your navigator and the person who is keeping track of where this group of soldiers is going.
I think Kip would try and drop a line on the down low to Tara.
Okay.
Like, I don't think this thing's gonna be thrilled by all of them, but I have an idea to try and make this go smoothly if somehow all of that doesn't complicate. I don't know what your plan is, though.
So I was having
Are you having
mic
mic
issues?
issues?
No worries. So
Oh, no.
what I was gonna narrate, I'll tell you right now. Using my calculation for mob statistics, you still are all on an average of 19 stealth, not seen by the large group of soldiers that you are trailing. They
To be
see
fair,
you-
a lot
me
of
now.
soldiers does make a lot of noise.
Exactly.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can hear you now.
Yes,
Okay,
we got you.
So Tara just kind of nods and goes, "Yes, that is why I had planned on bringing your cousin, as Ibis is of high standing in the the sustained sisterhood, I believe. As far as I am aware, Ibis, correct me if I'm wrong. But I was going to interact with whoever is in charge and explain to them that we are on a mission and we need them to move along.
Mhm.
Essentially, that was the idea anyway.
That's a good idea.
If they're here on a mission from the goddess and I'm here on a mission from the goddess, I don't know which one is going to take priority.
That is, well, is this not one of your trials for the order?
It is. I'm not in high standing with the church though.
I see.
I'm
I would just believe that someone who is close to sustainment, from what I understand. Tell me if this is meta knowledge that Tara wouldn't know. By the way.
No, it is
Oh,
very
yeah.
public knowledge that Ibis
Okay,
is
cool.
the next novitiate who is undergoing the trials of sustainment.
Okay, cool. Because I was like, I know.
Yeah,
Elf
everybody
player
knows
this, but
that,
I don't know if Tara.
like, Ibis is definitely, like, she's the person that a lot of people who have ties to the church are keeping an eye on.
Doesn't that your position with it being so close to sustainment kind of trump the military, being that you are all your order is so close to the order?
I would assume so.
And maybe
just
we go
depends on
peacefully.
whether you're.
Maybe we go peacefully and see what is going on. We explain who we are, who you are specifically, and what we are doing, and explain what we need from them, which is to not be here so we are not all murdered by a wraith.
As you all are talking,
Well, sounds like a plan.
so the legion, or like the large group of soldiers, the mob, for lack of a better term, all relied on their passive perception. The commander got an active check, and with a +3 to perception, rolled a 16 on the die, ties your average, does not immediately seem to see you, but you watch the entire phalanx begin to slow down as the commander raises a hand up and orders stop in the march. Just quick reactions from the three of you. You see the phalanx beginning to slow their gait and come to a halt. What are the three of you doing?
Tara's
Stopping.
immediate thought is to get their attention, because
Okay.
that was her whole plan the entire time.
Okay.
Tara is going to walk out from the brush and wave, like peacefully, just like trying to make herself seem as least threatening as Tara, as big as she is, can be.
Seeing that Tara is trying to do that, Kip would try and run in front because they're very small and unassuming, and they understand that that's probably helpful in this situation because Tara's riding on a dragon creature. Blizzard.
The dragon's riding on Tara.
Yes.
Yeah.
Typhon,
seeing
Typhon
that-
is a small creature.
I got it
Yeah.
backwards then. Okay, that's worse actually.
There's a dragon on her. Yeah, Ibis is also gonna go out by Tara.
Still,
All right.
Kip is still smaller, so they'd still try and run in front.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic. But all three of you are revealing yourselves, pretty much.
Unfortunately. It seems
Unfortunately.
Do we
Okay.
leave
Yeah,
Typhon
Tara's-
back?
So,
Tara would have told Typhon to stay hidden.
you all step out. And as you begin to make noise, you see the 10 Thrak who are holding the back line immediately all turn around, and you watch as they all take their fists and beat their chests, and that ossifying fluid that, when they get damaged, is emitted and hardens into armor. You watch all 10 of these guys basically just fucking armor up as you guys make yourselves apparent. And you
Kip is
hear
immediately like, we mean no harm but come in peace.
from the very front,
Tara.
you hear, "Wait!" And you watch the 50 people perfectly part into two groups of 25, and the commander turns around to face you and begins
hello.
marching in your direction.
Hello. I'm assuming you are the one in charge. Yes.
He fully finishes his walk so that he is in front of the now two groups facing all three of you. Commander
Kip is gonna
Calistrate
bow.
Serganius of the 51st Legion.
Tara Lionsborn of Clan Lionsborn and current war prisoner of the Empire. Nice to meet you.
I know who you are. I know
figured
who all
most in
three
the
of you
Empire too.
are.
Ah, then my cousin here needs no introduction.
What a strange little group that the Empress has assembled to do soldiers' work. But
You know, you're not wrong.
we're not here to chase your little ghost story. We are
Yes.
after a more tangible objective.
And what would that be?
That's not for you to know. Tell me when you're a silent sister, then we'll talk.
I think our main concern is that you may run into our objective either way, regardless of intent.
We are more warning. We came more to warn you that it is in fact a tangible thing. It does exist. We've seen it.
I have met 24 soldiers who have all seen it. All of them are fine.
Okay.
But, again, that is not what we are here for. So, you don't have to worry about us taking your distraction from you.
It was less. I mean, if you do the job, we don't have to. That is not my concern. My concern was more for the safety of your soldiers. But obviously, you do not need our concern, and that is understandable. What was your name again?
Calistrate Serganius. Commander Calistrate Serganius.
Commander Serganius. I see you command a great deal of respect from your men. And because of that, I will show you the same respect and ask very politely that if you can, move further from this area so that we can hunt in peace. I believe that the Wraith is in the area, and the more Euridian presence it seems, the angrier it becomes, from what I can tell.
You see the commander strides up to you and says, "Again, we have no means to infringe on your mission, but did I hear correctly, Tarakian, in hearing that you claim territory here?"
Yes, you did. This was my home, and is still my home.
Hey, Tara.
Yep.
At advantage, give me a history check.
Alrighty. 1 second. My computer's being slow. Ooh, Tara has a 0. Plus 0 on history. That's a 7.
You ever ask for a check, you ever ask for a roll, and then realize shouldn't have even made it a roll? Because that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, I do that all
We're
the
gonna
time.
scratch that, because you would definitely know this. And I'm too quick to ask for rolls sometimes. You're looking at this dude. Looks to be about in his, like, mid to late 30s. Cresting probably 36 or 37. And I think it clicks with Tara. He was still a hoplite at the time. Commander Serganius here was there when Clan Lionsborn was ransacked.
Oh yeah, no. Tara's like, I like to think, just for the flair of the imagery of it, the angrier Tara gets, like, the more her pupils become more lion-like, like feline. She is full, like, feline slit pupils.
Yo, can I insight that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ah, I see.
Tara wants to kill this motherfucker.
Okay. And then I
Tara-
definitely try. I want to try to step in front of you.
Okay.
Tara's not gonna attack him. Tara will go, ah, I see. So you were here when my family were burned. I recognize you.
Oh, what a coincidence. Chance meetings happen all the time. Miraculous, isn't it? What a small world we live in.
You see, he smiles and goes, "What a serendipitous reunion indeed."
Amazing. Yeah, so just maybe, if possible, try to avoid engagement with the beast if you should encounter it. That's really all that we wanted to say, right, Tara?
Tara's silent.
Yep, that's
She's
it.
staring daggers at this man.
Commander, were you sent here specifically by the goddess?
I was indeed sent here under the sustaining mother's orders.
Have you been here? How long have you been here?
So, truthfully, I've done a good handful of tours here in the jungle. Rarely do I actually step foot back in the glorious city. I'd say overall, since I enlisted, I have been on and off the jungle maybe 7 or 8 years now.
7 or 8 years in this jungle and you've never seen anything strange that you can't explain? You've never seen a wraith?
You see, he looks at you and says, "First off, if I am going to give credence to the existence of this wives' tale, which, if the mortal goddess is going to send a promising novitiate who is in line for sustainment, I would certainly imagine there is less bluffing than I would have initially assumed. But no, I personally have never witnessed anything close.
Oh, that's very useful to know. Thank you so much for that information. We'll just be going now.
You see he nods and says, I should as well. You see he pauses and says, have our own mission to get back to.
Yep. Missions.
And he turns around and says, men, back in line! And they start to line up, and Tara, bouncing off of that nat 20 perception from way earlier, in the very back rank, all 10 men who were in the back row, gone. Missing. This group, in the entire stretch of your conversation with the commander, had 10 soldiers disappear.
Well, it
Tara's
doesn't
just
sound
going
like our
to
problem.
smile. Tara's just going to, like, razor sharp fangs from ear to ear. Good luck, Commander.
Be careful.
You see the commander's eyes go wide as he realizes he turns around and looks back at Evis and says, Your Holiness, with all due respect, kill your fucking ghost.
I don't think she has to take instructions from you. If anything, I would think it will soon be the other way around.
Commander
But
Serganius
we should
turns
be on
around
Let's go.
and begins to walk off with the remaining 40 soldiers he has in his company.
Ibis. I have a question for you.
What's that?
When you are a sustained sister, can you put people in the arena?
Oh, I believe I'll be able to do just about anything I want.
I want him. I want to kill him with my bare hands.
Yeah, you did a great job not ripping his throat out with your teeth this time around. Nice job.
Thank you, Kipariso. Thank you for trying to keep me calm.
Yeah, as much as I very much also probably want to murder those guys, now is not the time.
That man burned my family alive. And one day, I will have his fucking head. Just like I will have Decimus.
As you deserve.
Good.
Now, one last thing before we jump back to the party who is currently still at the camp. On your collective lefts, you all see an individual step out wearing an elaborate face mask of assorted painted bones, a white shawl, and another sewn together collection of bones forming almost a pauldron over her right shoulder. Red threads covering inky black arms, like from fingertip to elbow, just pitch black skin.
Would that be similar to Lysandra, by chance?
A little bit, yeah. There's a similarity, and
Would
ornate
would
blue
Tara
robes. One more time, Tara.
Would Tara recognize that?
You would recognize that I'll say, you'll recognize it no matter what, but go ahead and give me an Arcana check, if you'd be so kind. At advantage because of your usual proximity to Lysandra.
Awesome. It's another one that I have a +0 in. It's a 9.
So you don't know why this effect is presented, but absolutely similar to what Lysandra already has going on with her own hands. And this individual steps out, arms raised, clearly in a I don't want to fight. That's not what we're here for. And she'll say, if we work together, you might have the chance to do that before we even leave the jungle.
And who might I ask are you?
She smiles brightly, and you see teeth sharpened like shark.
Tara just matching with her giant sharp teeth.
I have a couple of assorted names and titles, but if you're looking for a fixed moniker, you can call me Pandora.
Oh, fuck!
Wonderful. Would you like to join us at our camp?
You see she smiles.
We should discuss this here first.
No?
If you're amenable to this, Miss Pandora.
She says, I would love to head back to your camp. Tara, you feel Typhon scrambling up your back. And it's so excited that, it's like when a cat climbs up you on bare skin. It's just little cat scratches marking your back as Typhon climbs. And he leaps and soars, and you see the woman holds her hand out to catch him and immediately starts scratching him under the chin. And she goes,
well, I suppose you Typhon, do you know this person?
Yeah, I do. And she scratches under his chin. And you see she goes, Typhon, you have grown so much. Is that venom dripping from your fangs? And you see he kind of smiles. And she'll look to you, Tara, and says, anyways, yes, I would love to head back to your camp. I have to reunite with my student.
Maybe let me go in advance of you and Tara and this lovely individual here, so that maybe I can try and distract our visitors. He gives you a meaningful look.
Agreed. Go ahead, keep it so. Be safe.
All right.
Kip, you head off away. Pandora regards Ibis and Tara and says, by the way, thank you very much for keeping the attention of the Legionnaires here. I'll be honest, they have not given me a lot of room to breathe since they landed on the shores, but...
they are hunting you. Then
they
we
are indeed.
Definitely allies. Then you and I are definitely allies. Ibis, is this going to be amenable for you?
Oh. Sure.
Okay. I know you and I are friends, but I also know we have differing opinions on how the Empire treats what they consider fugitives. So, I will ask if you are comfortable with this before any agreement is made.
Appreciate that, but our opinions might be a little bit less different than you think.
Well,
you see wide toothy grin from Pandora, and she goes, "Crisis of faith, Holy One?"
It seems you really are well known.
You see, she smiles and says, "Well, that, and also."
The symbol on the chest might also do it for you. Most of my armor is branded, so.
Just Tara, just like, oh right,
Yes,
listen, I am a simple barbarian.
that, the obvious church paraphernalia, but also I have a very, very close person to me who went through a very similar crisis of faith. I
So
haven't spoken to her in a while, but regardless.
So you know the Wraith?
No. No, the person close to me who had the crisis is not the Wraith. Though I know of her and her identity. No, there's a different individual I was talking about when... Point being, you having a crisis of faith is a very good thing in the civilization that you call home. Not to that civilization, but within it. It is most beneficial to you.
I don't like talking about this.
I'm happy to change the subject.
Ibis, if you wouldn't mind, will you lead her back? I have other business in the jungle.
Okay.
I
Have fun.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
So, Ibis, you head back to the camp?
Yeah.
Okay. Tara, you stand alone with Pandora.
Well, no, I was more asking Ibis to lead Pandora back
Oh,
to
lead
camp.
Pandora. Okay,
Yeah.
So
She'll lead her
Ibis, Pandora begins to follow you back to camp.
Little
Before we
chit-chat.
get there, heading back to the campsite, Lysandra, Tirfi, Galatea, and Enyo, anything you four are doing while your compatriots are off following a group of soldiers?
Sick.
I want to look at the snail trail.
Okay. You head over to where Kip had spotted the Wraith the day before. Go ahead and give me... you've already made a fairly successful skill check on void beings. So we're just gonna call this investigation.
Okay.
Just hypothetically, is anybody assisting Tirfi?
I think Galatea would let Lysandra rest and help out.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna take that 22. So Tirfi, at this point, most of the void residue from when the Wraith had vanished has not necessarily dissolved away, but most of it has been absorbed by the surrounding soil. It is a very strange thing to look at. It is a deep, deep black pitch, almost to the point of shining any light up to it. If you were to hold, torchlight very close to it, it would soak up that light entirely. It is like looking at a portion of the earth that is just gone. It is just pure nothingness. But almost like drying water. So instead of it being one solid mass, it's small speckles of this. There's one larger puddle-like formation with very curved edges and a couple of holes in it where you can see the soil underneath. Do you make physical contact with the substance at all? Do you touch the goop?
Let's just scoop up some goop and taste it.
Scoop the goop.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay.
Do it.
This would be a great nail polish color, though.
Yeah? But so no direct contact with the substance?
What were you saying, Gal?
I was going to say if Tierfi wasn't going to touch it, Galatea, not being smart at all, would just be like, ooh, shiny, and poke.
Okay, so a few things happen.
Okay.
Got it.
Is there any way you're trying to intervene in this, Tierfi?
Yes, Tierfi would attempt to stop Galatea because
Cool.
I have a means of securing some without touching it directly with my hands.
Alrighty. So we're just gonna do
versus versus
yeah, this is gonna be a contested roll. This is just gonna be
from the coffee.
This is just gonna be strength versus. So you're just trying to bat her hand away, or are you trying to like grab her arm before it makes contact? Like, how exactly are you intervening?
Yeah, grab her arm.
Okay. So I need strength from Galatea. You can use athletics if you're proficient, and I need acrobatics from Tierfi. I'm sorry, I need dex from Tierfi. You can use acrobatics if you're proficient.
And I will use the coffee bonus.
Okay.
2,
9.
So 9.
You have to beat a 9, Galatea.
For context, I have a +6 to athletics.
Okay. So 3 or higher on the die. Wait. Defender wins ties. Defender wins ties. So Tierfi, you do successfully reach out and grab Galatea's arm after her fingertip has already made contact with the puddle.
Aww.
So you reaching a stalemate. Galatea succeeds in touching the void goop. So, first off, it is an incredibly bitter cold. It sends a shiver down your spine. It is the kind of cold that is not like, being out in harsh weather. It is the kind of cold from a complete absence of any form of warmth. An absence of anything, really. And as your hand touches it... Yeah, the void. As your hand makes contact, it is extremely viscous and, as you start to pull your hand away, it almost pulls. Like there is a strand of void sludge that is connecting your fingertip to the puddle until it eventually stretches and breaks. And it just remains attached to your fingertip, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Got it. I do want to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Is the feeling in any way familiar to Galatea? And 19 con save.
Galatea does not know why, but there is an odd sense of deja vu. On a 19, you take incredible 2 halved to 1 point of cosmic damage.
Yay!
And you do not suffer any stress levels.
Yay!
Do you try to shake the void gloop off of your fingertip?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. You kind of bat it away. And you look down at your hand and you notice just that fingertip, the skin is completely black and necrotized.
Does that look in any way familiar to anything?
You know Lysandra's hands look like this, and you know that Athanasia's arms look like this.
She's going to keep that in her mind and use one point of her little hand.
Tirfi, you watch Galatea staring at her finger and lost in thought, and you see, like, the skin turn black as the goop flings off of it.
Why would you do this to yourself?
As she's turning around, Galatea will just simply tap her finger with her other hand and use lay on hands to heal the damage.
Okay, you heal the point of damage, the skin stays black.
Yeah. Well, curiosity.
I suppose, thank you for the fascinating demonstration, but you should really be more careful. I have to wonder how someone like you might come to save my life.
I mean, helping people comes with self-sacrifice, doesn't it?
With some amount of self-preservation. And who are you saving here then?
I don't know. My curiosity, I don't know. Maybe me touching it showed it's wet? I don't know. It felt weirdly familiar.
Okay, journal out.
Okay.
Wet, familiar. Familiar how? Can you describe any other symptoms?
Cold. Extremely cold.
Galatea and Tirfi, at the same time, down to the millisecond, you both feel the sensation that something is watching you. That, like, sixth sense of, like, someone is staring at me and doesn't necessarily mean well. And I feel like both of you feel your eyes drawn to the puddle. Tirfi, following up that not natural 20, that 22 investigation, and noticing in Galatea's behavior that you seem to both be experiencing the same sensation, you see the faintest little, like, even in this goop that does not absorb light and just remains permanently black. It's not necessarily that there is an image in it, but rather it looks like the shape of it has warped, and you see only barely a forehead, eye sockets, nose, mouth, chin. And then it goes away.
Sorry for not asking first.
And on that natural 22 perception, you feel, in some sense, that the Wraith can use these puddles to form a network across the island.
Mm-hmm. Network as in Sensory or movement?
So far,
or-
you've only observed sensory. But I don't think Tyrfie necessarily rules out the idea that she can freely go back to any space that has a void puddle.
She seems to be able to move wherever she wants as part of the legend, so that would just be like corroborative.
Yeah, I feel like it's definitely kind of in the area of correlation, not causation, but everything aligns with the information you already have going off of this theory.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna assume that she can be wherever she wants. There's no like getting the drop on it.
Yeah.
I think we should withdraw. Not that it might make much difference as to the eyes on us, but perhaps we will aggravate it less.
Okay.
Maybe.
You two
Yeah.
back away from the puddle of void sludge.
I at least have something to mention to Lysandra regarding the connection of the Wraith slime.
Let's go ahead and do that. Immediately heading back into the main camp. I imagine Lysandra would have made a purpose to leave one of her tent flaps open.
That's likely.
We haven't seen gosh, I kind of want to take a void goo sample.
You can roll to collect it safely.
Yeah,
It's
I'll do it.
possible. Yeah.
Yeah?
I did another campaign. I got so much goop in my purse.
Just scoop it up in a little
Sure.
what are
now-
we rolling for that?
Now
Like,
this one is
alchemist kit or-
weird. You can use your alchemist's kit. You are, instead of basing the skill check off of, say, dexterity, for example, you are actually going to, in this circumstance, use Constitution as the root skill.
Okay. I will modify that. And make the roll.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Oh my god! Hey! Is somebody Galactarius sick?
I'm
Galatea's going-
re-rolling. I'm re-rolling.
You're
that.
just gonna reroll? That's okay, go for it.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, because the way that
Not one.
not one. It's a not one. But also could
Yeah,
have been a nat 20.
Yeah, Galatea is
Feast-
going to be helping.
Feast or famine.
Okay. 22. You were saying, Lottie?
I was going to say that she's helping by pointing out that Tyrfie could always just cut the plant and keep that, and later scoop it out.
Tyrfie is able to collect it on her own regardless.
Got?
And using a reroll, Tyrfie, you are able to cleanly and neatly store a portion of the void goop in one of your alchemical vials.
Imagine ever using your rerolls for like combat or a save. I'm just using it for Kihu inadvisable science.
Honestly, that's how an artificer should be using any inspiration rerolls they have.
You bet.
Okay, so please in your inventory add vial of void sludge.
village. Cool.
Icker.
So I guess we were gonna go talk to Icker. It's got ick in it. I guess to go talk to Lysandra. We haven't seen Evander this morning, have we? Just Enyo.
Yes.
When it helped me with getting coffee.
Yes. Evander has not gone out of his way to make a public appearance.
Do we feel like a judgy vibe in the area?
I'll just
Roll
give this
for
one.
Evander.
I'll just give this one to you. Evander is always wherever Enyo is, but is not necessarily in your sight. But I feel like just freely, the pattern has been well established. Anywhere Enyo is, Evander is within defending distance of her. Of her.
Mm-hmm.
Just maybe not visible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Tirfi heads over to Lysandra's tent. Lysandra, at this point, the coffee has done wonders for you. And you... I believe it should already be marked on the sheet if you went back to just sleepy. You
just
should
sleepy.
no longer have a level of exhaustion for the time being.
Yay!
Once you earn another level of fatigue, you'll be back in exhaustion territory. But for right now, you are rolling rolls straight.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I would say the only thing they'd probably come into is Lysandra would be ritually casting Gift of Luck on herself.
incredible. Tirfi, you head into the Snady's tent.
That sounds sus.
The Snady, the snake lady.
I know, that just sounds sus when you say it like that.
The Snady, who has big snitties.
Yes, we all know.
You go into Lysandra's tent with your newly acclaimed vial of Voop.
Alright, Tirfi will lead with, I have recovered a sample of goop, and Galatea now has a new permanent scar.
You can see Galatea is looking at her finger, confused.
Tip of the finger, pitch black.
Morbidly, Lysandra would probably say, "Oh, we match now," but then goes into, "Well, and you just touched that, and it happened." Like, how long did you hold it? Did you touch it? Did you ingest it? Is your tongue black too?
I poked it.
How
It
long?
was- Good question.
No more than a few seconds, you think?
A moment, I should think.
Yeah.
I was trying to pull
Yeah.
her hand away.
It was really cold. Is this what happened to your hands?
Long exposures to the magic, of course, yes. To the hands, the base of my tail is also starting to corrode like that, but it's typically supposed to take a while, not enact very quickly. You've never come across Void before, right?
Well, it
Or
did feel
cosmic?
familiar. I do not know of what this even is, but it's familiar. That much I can tell.
I would advise not getting anywhere near any more piles of the cosmos. I
Mhm.
do not. You are easily exposed to it. If one touch for just a few seconds caused that, I don't want to know how your mental state will be affected by just being around it for more than a minute. Shut up.
Did Bixby go off?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, I'll say I'll do as you say. Just, I'm curious about it.
I wouldn't. A very sane person would tell you to stay away and keep it at it and do not dabble in magic or the cosmos of things that you are not mentally prepared for or physically prepared for.
Do we have any sane people nearby?
Lysander just
Galatea,
shrugs. Debatable.
Galatea just like motions to Tirfias to say, yeah, that.
There's a reason why this magic is not used in high favoritism. Just be careful, but don't let your curiosity take over to win. Because if that's
Okay.
happened, you might fall far quicker than the rest of us. And that is not something you want to do.
Because of what Lysandra seems to already be theorizing, go ahead and give me an Arcana check at advantage.
Yay. I'm just spitballing. 21.
It occurs to you. Because of your previous and current exposure to void magic, you could possibly, if you felt up to it, examine the goop yourself and see if it has any special void properties relative to the Wraith, or whether or not it is, as you say, Galatea just having some form of sensitivity to the void.
We got patient 0 in our tent right now.
Yeah. And hey, a certain artificer that you happen to be friends with happens to have a vial of it.
And Turfy just said, I have secured a vial of goop.
Yes. And no signs of void corruption on Tirfi, but you also didn't watch to see how safe her technique was.
Yeah, Tirfi would never fumble such a thing.
Never.
Just
Never.
The best lab safety practices.
Would never almost critically fail that check.
No.
Probably invented lab safety, to be honest.
Sure. At least as far as this region is concerned.
False divinities, bless her. Thank you for this. Yeah, Lysander would be curious and be like, would you mind if I examine the vial?
Not to worry. Here you are. If your prediction is right that Galatea is susceptible, then Galatea, absolutely make sure you use the ampoule I gave you.
Lysandra, carrying on top of your not natural 20, your 21 Arcana, You investigate the vial. Not only on a 21 does this vial of Void Sludge not look exceptionally dangerous, but as the Wraith is not truly a Void-born entity and is instead Void corrupted, this actually looks notably less potent than direct Void exposure. Which makes it all the more bizarre that Galatea was permanently marked by it.
Lysandra will hand the Icar back and look at Galatea. You can see full visage of like her eyes just like raising slightly. There's no brows on her, but imagine she raises a brow, and looks over at you and goes, "I think you should have a conversation with your mother." Because... Right. No, I know. When we rescue your mother, this is a future conversation we are going to have with your mother about why you are susceptible, why you're easily tainted by the void.
Well,
Rescue? What happened? Nobody tells me anything.
The cards.
so
It literally happened yesterday. I'm so sorry. We didn't fill you in.
There is a lot
Cards
going
said a
on.
lot.
It's
long story short, I tried contacting my mother for something. Turns out she was fighting I don't think you told me the name, if you even told me one, Lysandra, but it had lots of tentacles, the head of a hound, and it was storming very hard at that time on the island she lives in. And the cards showed us that, well, she's currently trapped in at the bottom of the ocean.
That
She
is quite something. I apologize.
We
Well-
were... Continue.
I feel you should apologize to the monster because it's going to be dead sooner than later.
This is something we're going to have to tackle on Kiparisa's grand journey to rescue their partners, beloved, fling, best friends thing.
Yes, the great excursion. I wish I could accompany. But there is much to do in Eurydia.
Lysander pulls a really long face. Like a, well... I would say it's easy to say that Lysandra has something to say, but is not going to say it.
Mhm.
Can I read it? on her face?
Let's do insight versus deception.
Oh,
Deception in this circumstance representing lie of
Commission.
omission. Yeah.
okay.
How well you can hide
an
that
8.
you're definitely not hiding something.
Yeah, it's an 8, not an 18.
Lysandra definitely knows more than she is letting on, but there are no tells as to what that information could be.
Why are you making that face? What else have you not told me?
To be fair, only Galatea knows.
Wait, I know?
Yes. Remember the thing I came to your house to talk to you about? The prophecy, the thing in your head that I told you not to say to anyone, and somehow by the graces of the false divinities, you have not said a word or exposed anything, unlike Kiparisu, who spilled almost the beans right away.
Listen, I was about to become a silent sister. I know how to keep a secret.
Thank you, and you're wonderful for that.
I suppose forgetting all sensitive information you are told is a good way to keep secrets.
Hey, a secret is a secret. If one doesn't know the secret, it's a better kept secret.
Kiparisu was the wrong. Well, good thing I did not tell him the full thing and only parts of it. Okay. You never know. And in your head, Tiafi, Lysandra just explains the whole fucking prophecy nonsense in shorter terms
Okay.
of like how we are destined to leave Eurydia for a while,
Well-
go on this grandeur, and then come back to it. You
Bullet
know.
point, you are
Yeah.
burdened with great destiny.
Yeah. And Lysandra sounds exasperated in your head. Like, she really doesn't believe it, but everything that has happened from the time she's gotten this prophecy to now has told her it's gonna happen. She can't stop it.
Okay. Tirfi's arms are crossed and just has a very perplexed look, like, well, fate's not the kind of thing that happens to me. And you are certain I feature in this? I do not think I am someone very special.
Mm-hmm. In your head, she goes, the false divinities that Leora has banished from the domicile of the Eurydian Empire has told me that, without a doubt, that you are the people who are going to be accompanying me and watching this empire fall by the hands of a wicked woman who cannot get the ways that she wants. Gets the things that she wants.
So there is a reason far beyond circumstance why we are put together again and again.
And then, out loud, she just goes, I believe so. I strongly believe so.
Yeah.
I am planning on getting my family out. So, if you need help or assistance, I could also try to weasel my way into getting some of your people out before
Well.
things hit the extremities.
My people are out throughout the city. And the legions, if they can be reached. There is my wife, of course, but she would not have me give her special consideration in something like this. This complicates things. I suppose I wish you had not told me. I could go on thinking that I had a choice in the matter. That would have been more comforting.
It's a burden I bear. I apologize for it.
Yes, I suppose I am only having a glimpse into how you feel about life.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Kipariso.
We're having a crisis in this tent right now. I think it's Chili's tonight.
Kipariso,
Adorable.
ahead of the rest of the group, you return to the camp. Don't see the rest of your compatriots, but I think you'll just generally notice that there is activity going on in Lysandra's tent.
Do I see the interlopers?
You do not see. Well, give me a perception check.
Okay. That's 7.
You do not see. You do not see the bitchy cat boy.
Okay.
But you do see Enyo and Ares.
Okay. Enyo. Okay. All right. Kip's gonna go. Kip ran like at least the last leg there, so they're like, and they're gonna approach Enyo like, finally. Okay. All right. I found you. Okay. Hi.
Hello.
It was Enyo, right?
Mm-hmm. Magistrate Enya, but you can just call me Enya, that's
Okay, whatever. So, some of the soldiers we were following just disappeared, and we're not sure what it
soldiers
was, so I...
that you were...
Yeah.
What?
It's the whole thing, but there was like 50 of them, and some of them are gone, and we were not sure what it was. I think it might have been a creature, and I thought, the beast specialist, you might be knowledgeable about stuff like that. I'm not built
Wait. Knowledgeable about...
creatures.
Creatures, yeah, to an extent, I suppose.
Perfect. That's better
would you
than
like-
me.
would you
I don't know
would you-
shit.
Would you like a moment to catch your breath? Sit down,
No,
maybe?
we have to hurry back because everyone else is back there, and the sooner we can get over there, the better.
I am very confused, but okay.
I can explain as we go. Can we, like, do you need a sec? Do you need to grab your cat boy?
I think Enyo probably knows where he is, and just turns around.
Yeah,
Like-
you immediately make eye contact with just 2 faint yellow beads in like the brush.
You can stop hiding now. Actually, we need to check on a thing. I'm very lost. I'm very confused.
Kip, you
Me
eventually
too.
see as Enyo goes, you can come out. You watch coming out from the tree line a large panther tabaxi.
Oh, fuck, that's spooky. Alright. Well, perfect. I guess we'll make good time if you already like the plants so much.
So sorry.
I'll
what,
lead the
what
way,
Are we... Okay,
I
yeah,
guess.
lead the way. Can I insight?
Yes,
Can
you
I
may.
insight on this? Cause
Evander
she's
is
got-
going to make a separate insight check.
she's got like
Okay.
a lot of words, and they're all jumbled right now. Its brain is like a literal mess of fucking letters. So
Kip,
I
go
mean,
ahead and
technically,
give.
Kip barely lied, if at all.
So
Very careful
I
about
would
the
almost
wording.
call this persuasion, maybe.
Uh-huh. Alright.
At least towards Evander, I would
At
say.
least towards Evander. Enyo, you do not pick up on the idea at all that Kipariso is lying.
So I have no idea what you said, but as long as Evander's okay with us going, I suppose
I can explain
we
as
can
we
go.
walk. It's a bit of a ways over.
And you can't start.
Evander will look at
Now?
you,
I
Enyo.
can, but
And
Nervous.
Evander kind of gives, like, Kip a squint, but then looks at Enyo and says, "You outrank me, magistrate. Whatever you wish to do, you will have my assistance and company."
Did you understand any of that at all? Or am I losing it again? Or am I
It sounds as though, according to Kipariso's testimony, that there was a Euridian phalanx that had
I got
lost
the
a
sh-
portion of its men, and we
Uh-huh.
are. You see, he kind of squints at Kip again and goes, "Looking for the creature responsible."
I mean, we think it might be related to the void, but we're not sure, and none of us are beast experts. So I thought, but like, that's literally what I just said. It's the same thing.
Forgive me, I don't pick up things. Sometimes it's hard to think on occasion.
I'm almost out of breath in words. Let's just. You walk fast. You can walk fast.
Yeah, I'll walk. Yeah, sure. I'll walk very fast. She climbs onto Aries.
Evander
That's actually a really good idea. Perfect. All right, yeah, just Kip's gonna lead them into the woods, and very actively, confidently try to get lost.
Incredible. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. I would like you to make a survival check.
Okay.
Which is to do two things. There are two separate purposes for this check. The first, if successful, will be how far outside of the camp you can get these two. And the second roll is for whether or not Kip also loses track of where we are.
Great.
I think depending on
so
how...
two survival rolls?
Yes. No, one survival roll for both purposes.
Oh shit, that's a 19.
19.
I think...
If you would like, Enyo, you can make a survival contest, but if you would also think that there is no reason for Enyo to do so, you can forego it.
I think personally, like the paranoia part of her brain is like, oh my god, what if
we get lost?
We get lost, or what if this is just a ploy to kill me?
Yeah, you can roll survival, or you can roll insight against Kipperiso's survival check.
I should specify, Kip is like actually trying to get lost. Just get them far enough away and then just fucking not go the right direction.
No, I think the train of thought is, oh my god, we're getting lost. Oh my god, what if we're getting lost in the woods so they can kill me and then run away?
Okay, so insight or survival, it's up to you, Enyo.
That's a 9!
Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Nice.
That or it just leaves her brain to her own devices, which is probably not a good thing.
It probably would help that Kip would be like, so we were following them, and we were like, Kip would go on this whole monologue about like exactly what the situation was, just omitting the part where they saw the void person.
So, again, Kip, you feel Evander get kind of squinty in your direction. And then he turns to you, Enyo, and says, Magistrate, would you do us both a favor and see if you can get Ares to pick up on a scent or trail of some kind?
I know where I'm going, come on.
I think it's worth noting at least to Evander that she looks incredibly uneasy.
You see Evander looks at you and kind of intentionally turning his head a little bit so that like so that Enyo can't necessarily see what he's saying. You hear a very low, I simply want to know that the magistrate and I are safe. I am having her go ahead so that we can talk in private. She's generally paranoid but doesn't suspect anything. I know something is up.
Okay.
Would that be a perception check on Ares' part?
To find a scent or trail of some kind?
Yeah.
For Ares to find a trail, that would also be survival.
What skill is that?
Wisdom. Just roll wisdom for Ares.
I think. There's too much shit going on.
There's a squirrel. Oh no.
So you know the thing where like animals feed off the energy of their handlers.
Yeah, the kind of like pact bond that you have with Ares.
I think he's trying his best, but man, he's like, Yeah, new grass smell, and several things are happening.
Plus, I feel like usually, like, if ever Ares is in the jungle, it's usually on like seek and destroy missions, and he's primed for a target ahead of time. He doesn't know word one about picking out a scent in the wild.
He's trying his best.
He's trying his best. So,
next conversation.
Enyo and Ares walk a little bit ahead. And Evander goes, I know that you are not being untruthful with your story, but I have a feeling we are on a goose chase.
We are not chasing goose, I can promise you that.
I know that you do not favor me. I certainly don't expect anyone in your group to. Is the magistrate safe?
I mean, as safe as any of us are in a jungle sent by the Empress to probably die.
Fun.
Yeah.
Do you plan any form of hostility against me or my magistrate?
And nothing harmful, especially not right now. You are so much taller than me.
You see, he glares a bit. And then, in a very knowing way, says, continue distracting us then.
Dope. I'm so good at that.
And he goes to catch up with Enyo and Ares and sort of gives Ares a pet under the chin. And he
Both of us are incredibly lost.
Pets Ares under the chin and says, it's alright, boy. It's alright. Looks up to you and says, Magistrate, you can relax. I am here with you. And though we may not see eye to eye with our companion here, we are all here on the same mission. And it would not do well for him to put us in harm's way.
Yeah, also, I still don't even know how to use a sword right, so, like, I'm probably the least threatening person in our whole group right now.
I don't think she says anything, just wince a little.
Oh, hey, there was also, while we were walking earlier, there was a bright bird I saw that I've never seen before. Do you know what that was? It was, like, blue.
I think your brain just short circuits a little bit.
It was really pretty.
And I think this is where you get the sense, Kippery, so I'll give this one to you for free.
Mm-hmm.
Enyo is a gifted magistrate who is profoundly and almost, I think, even to Kip, incomprehensibly skilled in, like, genetic resequencing and transmutation magic, and has a very intimidating intellect, on the condition that she is in her element, which she is now not.
She's very not.
Okay, that's fair enough. Kip's just gonna try these distraction tactics while slowly leading them in the giant circle.
So,
for like an hour or two.
Heading back. Ibis. You come back to the camp with Pandora in tow. Again, none of your compatriots are out and about, but you do see what looks like a lot of activity over at Lysandra's tent. Vic, you are muted.
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, hi. So, do I need to repeat anything, or do you have?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't hear the last 30 seconds. I should have.
No, you're okay. Hey, don't worry about it. You return to the camp with Pandora in tow. Like I said with Kip, no immediate signs of any activity around the campsite, but you do see over by Lysandra's tent what looks to be a lot of activity and several silhouettes.
Yeah, I think like Pandora and Ibis have just kind of been chit-chatting back and forth. And she, knowing that Typhon knows her, is going to lead her directly to Lysandra.
Mm-hmm.
Like, straight to Lysandra's tent. I think also, like, during the walk, Ibis is very used to, like, grabbing people's hands. So I think she has gone to try and grab her hand, seen, like, the void on her, and been like, oh, having to remind herself every, like, 30 seconds.
This is a cute scene, actually. As you're kind of walking back, you, like, sort of instinctively reach out and then recoil. And you hear a very, very amused and understanding chuckle come from Pandora as she goes, "It's okay, darling. It is not contagious. Just a bit chilly."
Okay, because I've seen it before, kind of. But, like, the only time I've really seen that happen, it, like, hurt me bad. You know? So I feel like...
You see she turns and says, "Wait, what happened?"
I touched some cards I shouldn't. Touched some cards I shouldn't have. I didn't know that having your fortune read could sometimes hurt you.
You see she smiles a bit and goes, "Were they Lyce's cards?"
Oh yeah, they're very mean cards.
Gotcha. Yes, her cards are a little touchy like that.
Also, you call her Lacey?
Yeah, short for Lysandra.
I'm gonna be using that forever now.
You see she smiles and says, "Be my guest."
Yeah, so she leads her directly to Lysandra.
Okie dokie. So, now you head into the camp proper, and almost like a falconer, you see Pandora holds her arm out and goes, "Can you go fetch your mama for me?" And Typhon dismounts and zips over towards the tent. And Galatea, Tirfi, and Lysandra, you'll all watch a very, very giddy and excited Typhon fly into the room, perch on Lysandra's shoulder, and go, "She's here! She's here! She's here! She's here!"
Tara?
No! Shit! And at this point you see the approaching silhouettes, and the woman I described before, and the woman Galatea kind of recognizes, and Lysandra you have not seen in quite a while. Pandora peeks her head into the tent and says, "He means me, darling."
Huh. Short circuit. Short circuit. I think she just shoves Galatea towards her. It's like, "Hi, you! Galatea, this go."
You
go,
push
she's fine,
Galatea
she's-
towards her, and you see Pandora okay, reacts in time to, like, kind of sort of like catch or like stop Galatea's momentum. And she goes, "Lycee, what are you..." And then she pauses and looks, and her mouth hangs open, and you see tears like glimmering starlight drop down her cheeks from under the mask, and without a word just takes Galatea into a tight hug. Galatea, what, if anything, do you do in response?
So, Galatea is extremely confused
Uh-huh.
because she knows that the woman is familiar, and she knows from the spell and from what she has been told that this is her sister, but she doesn't remember anything other than her appearance and the last interaction she had with her. And sort of awkwardly hugs back.
Okay. Whew, boy. On a 21 insight, you feel the very tight hug from Pandora begin to loosen gradually. And she kind of grabs you by the shoulders and pushes you back, not away from her, but at arm's length. And she begins to study you closely until she kind of raises your chin and she sees the scar around your neck. And she goes,
Galatea immediately puts her hand, like her dominant hand, which is her dominant hand, which is the one she used to touch the goop
yes.
to hide the scar.
You immediately cover it, and she goes, "Oh, no, darling, I wasn't trying to be intrusive. Can I look at it, please?"
Sure. And she removes her hand.
You take it away. And she doesn't touch it, but you can feel the burning sensation of her eyes tracing your neckline. Oh, Galatea. In a strange way, this is very bittersweet. You probably don't know much about me, which is okay. Because I would rather trade having a living sister who does not know me over a dead one.
At that, Galatea, in a long time, barely cheers up.
May I? And you see she, like, reaches her thumb to, like, wipe it away.
She doesn't interfere or anything.
Pandora wipes the tear from under your eye and goes, "This is not the way I would have expected to find you, but I did not think I could find you at all.
Well, if anything, you didn't. I found you.
We were both in the right place at the right time."
That.
I think Lysander pipes up and goes, "It's how she was the reason why I knew to contact you."
You see she turns, smiles, and goes, "Oh, I was so lost in the moment, Lysy!" And then she runs over to give you a hug as well.
Yeah. It's a full-on hug. Lysander is not strong, so it's not like one of those uplifting ones.
Darling, how have you been? I'm so sorry I couldn't be in contact. So much has been happening after... Well, you know.
Well, I am the prophet, the seeress of the Iridian Empire, due to...
You are the prophetess?
yes, through some kind strings that were pulled by the Empress after some hiccups. One of which might have been the you-know, and another is a reason why I wear this now. And she kind of gestures to the veil. Lots of people don't like monsters in the Empire.
You see she nods and says, Lysandra, I am glad you are making efforts to protect those around you. I would like, if you are comfortable, to request special permission to look at you.
Yes?
As I knew you.
Of course. Oh, right.
And she grabs the sides of the veil and begins to lift it up onto your brow. And again, you can't really see what her eyes are doing because of her mask and everything. But she smiles brightly and just runs her thumbs across your cheekbones and lets out a deep sigh of relief and goes, there she is. Hello, darling.
Like, she just laughs, and then I imagine, like, all the snakes are just, like, trying to nip at her. Like, the hair.
Yeah, she kind of, like,
absolute
bats them away.
Delight. And she goes, it's nice to... Right, I am actually seeing. It's nice to see you, too.
She smiles and says, yeah, let me... And she lowers the veil for you again.
I've gotten quite good to not seeing.
You see she smiles and says, it is not the kind of thing I would have encouraged, but if it works for you, that is as it shall be. Well, I have a great many things to catch you up on. And you see she holds a hand out and gestures to Typhon, who climbs up on her arm again, and she goes, I noticed a couple of modifications from last time. Are you practicing?
Continuously. Of course. He has some venom of a young, green wormling.
You see, she smiles and goes, where did you get green dragon wormling venom from? And I think at this point, Delphi returns from some independent hunting that she had been doing and lands right in front of the tent.
From her.
And you see she'll turn around and go, you are gorgeous! And immediately runs over. And you see Delphi kind of does that like cat arch of where like they make their back really fucking tall and stand into like the maximum length of her fore and hind legs. And she goes, too much energy, that's okay, that's okay. Delphi kind of lowers her posture again. And in Draconic, you see Pandora says, oh, what gorgeous scales that you have. And you see she like kind of does a look around and goes, you're not even a month old yet, are you? And Delphi looks at her and then looks at you, Lysandra, as a like, I don't know this person, what's the vibe?
Lysandra just, in Draconic, goes, this is my mentor. I thought I lost her, but apparently she's been here this whole entire time. Delphi meets Pandora, Pandora Delphi.
You see, having that sort of buffer of starting the social interaction, Delphi will look to Pandora and just lower her head in kind of a respectful bow. And Pandora will smile in return. And then turn back to you and say, "You've collected many strange friends, haven't you?"
You could definitely say that.
And I think at this point, she turns to Tirfi, who is covered on top of just her regular garments with alchemical baubles and equipment and vials, and specifically sees the vial of void sludge in your hand. And looks at you and goes, "Hello there," and she holds out a hand and goes, "What manner of alkahestry do you perform?"
I am primarily by calling a healer, but I have had need recently to develop weapons as well.
She smiles and nods and goes, "Weapons made for the right side, I'm assuming."
She extended a hand to shake.
Yes.
Yeah. We hold our hands.
Fantastic. I think at this point you've kind of gotten used to this. There's the strangeness of this has gone away. Hands, pitch black, very cold. Shakes her hand and then pulls it away. And smiles. And says, "Anselai, I'm assuming?"
Yes.
I can't follow their efforts closely because of my own business with the Empire, but this should not at all surprise you to know, but you serve a very good cause. Fighting for the liberation of your people was a mission I started a little bit more publicly than I should have.
Do I know this? Have I heard of this person, actually? Can I history check that?
Yeah, you absolutely may.
Does my background give me a bonus?
Yes, I will let it give you advantage. 22. First of all, you just generally have heard a couple stories here and there of the witch Pandora. Used to own a shop in town, had very cheap and affordable prices, definitely was one of the shopkeepers that made it very easy for magical items and wards and other forms of protections to make their way into the hand of those who are less fortunate. And I would say in a 22, there are a couple of old stories here and there of a few public figures who made the attempts to, like, preach Throck advocacy. And you didn't necessarily know that it was her, but you know that there was a witch who had started that fight and who was swiftly dealt with and hadn't been heard from since. I think it's easy for you to put two and two together, but a name was never attached to the story until now.
Well, thank you for spending your reputation and safety for doing the right thing.
You see she smiles and looks at Lysandra a bit before looking back and goes, "Oh, honey, my reputation was always dangling on the thinnest thread. It was only a matter of time."
Yeah, lots of rumors about Pandora's box.
Crate, actually. I don't know why everyone says box, but yes. That was my store.
Oh, wait. Boxes. I have this for you. This is yours, right?
She turns.
And I will pull out the shady lock journal from my bag.
You see, she will smile and grab it, and kind of like giddily chuckle to herself, and go, Lysandra, I left this for you to find, expecting you to have it opened by the time we ever reunited.
Oh. I found this 2 days ago. And a lot has happened in those 2-day span.
That's very fair. That's very fair. And you see, she grabs the padlock that is welded to the latch. And the air inside the space, the temperature drops by maybe a degree or two. And she twists her hand and just breaks the welded padlock off. And then hands the journal back to you and says, "This was for you to inherit. This does not need to be returned to me."
Oh. Then my bad. Oops.
And you do you like do anything with it?
The book is just, or the box is just, it's a book. It's a locked book. The book is just open.
Yeah, the lock was ripped off.
I will peruse. I will do a little looky looks. I will take my veil off so I can properly read it.
And you see incredibly detailed notes on the art and execution of true witchcraft. Everything from novice incantations and wards and curios, all the way to like depicting the different magical secrets and traditions of witchcraft that exist. And she goes, "That was for you to continue your studies. Maybe under a different denomination than your current one, but..." Granted, I can now tutor you directly, but...
I should have checked the shop out far earlier then. Yes.
I mean, I didn't exactly make it easy to find, so...
No, and that's fine. It's good that the others didn't find it. I still change out the curios you taught me, so it should be interesting. This could be fun.
Mm-hmm. You see, she nods and says, "Oh, and one more important detail about that journal." And you see, she smiles, and says, "Can I borrow it from you again, very quickly?"
Yep. Book held, given.
You hand it back to her. And she says, "Circe," and you watch the pages flutter, and one piece of paper rips itself from the book, and origami folds in on itself to create what is very similar to the visage of a vaguely feminine humanoid shape And the little paper doll looks to you and gives a wave. And she says, the book may or may not also have the capacity to tutor you. This was, if you were to start studying from this book, Circe here was going to be your witch companion. Granted, you could put her into any other form that you would have liked, but she would teach you everything that I would not have been able to. And if we are ever separated again, we'll continue to teach you even still.
All the words are going into her head, and Lysandra is like overanalyzing the whole entire situation, and it's just like marveled. And it's just like that full like, I'm a warlock and I'm also learning witchcraft. This is all coming together. I'm not going to sleep again, probably. She's dedicating like after this trip, book studying.
She hands the book back to you, and the little paper doll just continues to sit in the open pages. And she says, I've taken up a bit of time already, though. I believe you came here for a certain purpose.
While all of this was happening, I
Yes.
think Evis would have like gone over to Galatea and just been like,
Are you okay? That was, like, not to be rude, but a little awkward.
Yes, it's just strange.
So she's your sister?
Well, I think my spell only shows me people I'm related with.
So
And
you don't, like,
I
know
know
her?
Well, maybe I did once, but not anymore.
You don't know your sister?
Currently, no.
Oh.
Well, I know her, I just don't know her.
You just don't. So she's like kind of a stranger.
Kinda.
Well, it's always time for new beginnings or something. She seems nice enough. Also, I think that she did, like, disappear like 10 people. So, like, be careful?
I mean, I will. But hearing the conversation happening over there in the tent, well, on the other side of the tent, she seems to be chill with us.
Yeah.
For now.
Do you think
Maybe
that she would help
forever.
us with, like, the Wraith?
She seems to be amenable to help us. I don't know if in actually killing the Wraith, but I don't think the Wraith even needs to be dealt with that way.
I mean, we haven't even been able to, like, get within 100 feet of the Wraith, so any help is appreciated.
Well, about that, I touched the goop it leaves behind, and Galatea shows her pitch black finger.
Gross.
And according to Tyrfee, the Wraith can just see and move wherever there's goop. And she's currently holding a vial of it.
So the Wraith could just like pop up in in Tyrfee's bag.
I mean, I'm assuming it's on Tyrfee's belt, so we can actually see it. And the goop can see us.
Um,
I did not think about the
So-
implications of that. But that was really funny. The idea of just the Wraith manifesting out of Tyrfee's fucking backpack.
yeah.
He didn't.
Just like, oh god, like
Imagine.
scrambling out of it.
Oh my god, coming out like the Grudge.
So I believe it's best to ally with the Wraith and then find some way of completing our task.
So you mean like directly going against what the goddess told me to do?
She said we should dispose or deal with the Wraith. She didn't say kill the Wraith, did she?
Hey, Grand Empress, did she say directly to kill the Wraith?
That's very heavily implied.
Uh-huh.
But was it strictly kill the
Yeah.
Wraith?
So,
If it was...
Ebis specifically, in the dossier that you read on the
Find my
Wraith,
notes.
in the dossier that you read on the Wraith, it was said that the Wraith was supposed to be met with Blackguard Protocol, which is the engagement protocol used to deal with threats from the Void, which is kill.
Yeah. In my notes, I wrote anomaly to be eliminated.
Eliminated is the word.
Now, okay, and I'm assuming Galatea knows kind of what that means.
Like
what
Blackguard
Blackguard Protocol is? Yes. That
Got
the
it.
Wraith is supposed to be met with it? No.
Okay.
So kind of a secret. But we're
Believe-
supposed to like completely 100% destroy the Wraith. Like 100% no no ifs, ands, or buts. Destroy, kill on site if we can.
Now, what if we do that and then revive the Wraith?
I think the Wraith wouldn't like that.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't get in trouble with Leora. Which, we saw what happened.
I
when
mean,
she gets angry.
it's
Ebis, if I can be an intrusive thought for you, I think you think back a little bit to what you had thought the day prior,
uh-huh.
being the idea of like, if Leora really wanted the Wraith to be dealt with, she could have done it
It'd be
on
dealt
her
with.
own with like
With
the
a snap of her
with a snap of her
fingers,
fingers.
yeah.
And I think, like with most things, that just kind of circles. Just like, she really could have dealt with this problem if she was bothered to.
Why even go through all that trouble? I think it must not be that big of a deal if she's sending out a group she doesn't care to get back. So, honestly, I don't really care how we deal with the Wraith.
Oh, perfect. I was just doing all this to avoid any moral issues.
No, there's no
Good.
moral issues with me. I'm good.
Perfect.
Meanwhile, she's like, her eyes are bloodshot. There's like, like her veins are like bulging in her neck.
She's like, I'm good. It's fine.
Alrighty. As that mini scene wraps up, one quick return to Lysandra and Pandora.
Mhm.
I believe the last thing Pandora said was something along the lines of like, "I've been taking up a lot of your time already." And she says, "You are free to contact me whenever you would like to. I am still currently actively being hunted by a good portion of a Euridian phalanx, so it is probably best that I not stick around your camp for too much longer. But I will still be here on the island. You can reach out wherever you can. I know where your home base is set up, so I can always return here if I need to. But I would rather not bring 40 men and a commander with a power boner in this direction."
So, overhearing that last part,
Mhm.
if possible,
Absolutely.
I'll just going to say, so, you're being hunted by a group of soldiers in a forest where there's a void, corrupted, silent sister roaming about. That
Technically, she is not a silent sister. She was a spy planted from a different nation to infiltrate the sisterhood, who got corrupted by sustainment. Sorry, and you see she turns to Ibis and says, "Yes, I know this."
I'm gonna say, like, maybe we shouldn't be giving that information out, but honestly, you know.
Do you not trust
Yeah.
your compatriots?
No.
Well, it's not that we
It's
don't trust them, it's more that we don't trust Leora.
Allegiances in the group are very complicated.
You see Pandora will nod at that and say, "Oh, trust me, I understand. I bickered with my first couple of covens on many different occasions." And then we'll say, "Point being, yes, that is currently my situation. They thought they burned me alive, found out they didn't, and have a chip on their shoulder about it. I've been trying to do the best that I can to sort of pick them off in small numbers."
So, an idea came up,
Mm-hmm.
and hear me on this, but what if someone were to talk with the Wraith? I don't know who may even do such a thing, but coordinate ourselves to deal with the phalanx.
You see she nods and smiles so proudly.
Listen,
And
I
goes,
was about to become a silent sister, and then everything happened. So, I
You
don't know.
see she smiles, heads over to you, and like gets like right across from you, Galatea, and says, "First off, I would love for the Wraith to become an ally. Second off, I am glad that in spite of your trials, you have remained my sister. This is the exact kind of thing you used to propose."
Crazy plans, or
Crazy plans, but Those run in the family.
Got it. Alright, it's for later.
You see, she nods, bows to everybody as she begins to work her way out of the tent and goes, again, looking at Lysandra, reach out if anything comes up. I'm going to continue dealing with all of these soldiers. Well, dealing with whatever ones the Wraith is not also picking off. We aren't allies, but have kind of been working together a little bit.
Yeah. I think Lysandra very casually and kind of optimistically goes, I won't be able to reach out today, but tomorrow I sort of borrowed a spell from probably a fae or something.
You see she'll nod and go, wonderful, fantastic. And looks around, kind of make sure that the coast is clear, before taking out a curio, casting Expeditious Retreat on herself, and just fucking double timing it into the jungle line. We're gonna
So,
start.
Lysandra, what is up
Oh,
with
go
you
ahead,
and
go ahead.
Pandora?
Oh,
What-
she's... I worked under her for several years.
Just like a totally normal, casual relationship. Student-teacher type, huh?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Very
Really?
rich for Evis to be saying.
I feel like Lysandra takes a moment and then reads the room and then just goes to pinch your cheek and be like, stop that. Don't let this get to your mind. Please stop.
Whatever. I'm glad you two are reunited. It's very nice. It's nice to see.
Mm-hmm. There's a narrowness in her eyes.
Lysandra,
Yeah.
it's up to you.
Yeah.
Do you either
Yeah.
A, think you already know what Ibis is insinuating, or B, want to leave it up to an insight check, or C, want to be willfully ignorant?
God, she's really bad at reading people, though.
Willfully ignorant snakes.
I think she just thinks Evis is just playing a little goof, she's just teasing her. And be like, Snow, stop that. We're not teasing here.
If I may,
Mm-hmm.
Galtia is going to be like, so just to be perfectly clear, you're
Mhm.
not dating my sister.
Are you dating her sister? Were you dating her sister?
Typhon will pitch in and going, are you interested in dating her sister?
I'm not wasting a spell. I am not wasting Misty Step to get out of this tent and avoid the conversation. I am not we might have combat. We are not wasting a spell.
Waste that spell.
Lysandra cannot waste that. I did not do a long rest, so I do not get my abilities back. I think being bombarded by everyone who is just blatantly going, "Are you dating? Do you have feelings?" She gives like a very long pondering thought and goes, "It's complicated. No? I don't think we were?"
I mean, you can always ask.
Typhon will smile and say, that doesn't answer my question.
No?
You see Typhon will nod and go, okay.
I do not believe so.
Hypothetically, Karate, would it be a problem if someone was interested in dating your sister?
I don't have any problems with that.
I will say she is a very lovely person to talk to. But you probably should shield Kip's eyes from him. From her. Kipariso cannot handle that of what she is.
For sure, you don't want Kip involved in any relationship anywhere near anyone that you care about.
Why? I heard he was bad in bed. How bad could he be?
First off, gross, that's my cousin. Second off,
I also do not want to know that.
What? It's what people say about Kip.
Why?
People do say this.
I don't know.
That's...
It's the first thing I learned about Kip, so
Yeah,
I'm
he's-
assuming it's a very big
Tearfy.
thing.
He's
Tearfy
already
knows
annoying
that
enough.
Tearfy knows that Tara started that rumor, right?
Jeffrey does know that Tara started that rumor.
Is it funnier not to say?
I think it's funnier not to say.
It is funnier not to say.
Alrighty, so we are going to do a quick 15-minute break, and then
I'll never emotionally recover.
From being roasted.
ideally, we will be picking back up with whatever Tara was doing after the rest of the party headed back from the jungle line to the campsite. If that cannot happen, for those who do not know, Belle is currently in the hospital waiting on a heart surgery and insisted on joining us for the game tonight anyways. We all adore her.
A true gamer.
And she's back. Okay, so 15-minute break. Ideally, we are going to pick up back in the jungle outskirts with whatever Tara was doing after the rest of the party that she was traveling with left. And we will see you all in a few.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, audience.
Hello, audience.
Quack.
Why are we quacking? Wait. What the?
Why aren't you?
I was just in the
Quack
living
with
room.
us.
What bits
It's-
did I miss?
It's a
A lot.
group solidarity exercise.
You missed your bed.
It's whack.
I pulled tarot cards and I got the tower and the emperor and I said whack, and then we just picked it up from
and
there.
then we
Yeah,
just
spaced
started duck
approximately 30
jokes
seconds.
based on that. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Yeah, of
cool. I
course.
love that for you.
Sorry
I am-
you missed the
I'm-
bit.
I
Sucks
am
to suck.
almost ready. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
Be good.
I had to whole ass reset my computer.
You are all good, Belle. Don't you worry about it. Worst part of being the DM is that I miss all of the, like, we're on break bits. I never get to participate in them.
That's okay.
That's okay. So, anyways, welcome back, everybody, to the rest of episode 11 of the Empire of Blood, Wraith Hunt. Before the break, in the morning, right after the party all woke up from their camping, Tara noticed off on the outskirts of the jungle a Eurydian phalanx beginning to move through the jungle line. She pointed this out to Ibis and to Kipariso, and the three of them decided to close the distance with the phalanx. Hold on, I'm reading a question on the side. So real quick, Lottie, your comment of can't you just mute OBS and therefore have the stream not hear the break? Consider if you will, just real quick, just a hot second, consider that I didn't think of that. Consider that it just never
brain.
occurred to me. Returning. Kipariso, Ibis, and Tara followed the small phalanx of Eurydian soldiers into the jungle before closing the distance with them and revealing themselves. A very strenuous conversation ensued, where it was found out by Tara that the commander leading this phalanx a long time ago was one of the hoplites who was present in the burning and ransacking of her village before she was taken as a prisoner of war back to the Empire. During this heated confrontation between Tara and the commander, it was noticed that out of the 50 soldiers present in the phalanx, 10 of them vanished without a trace, which suddenly, and I think to the delight of the players, put the current situation into perspective for the commander, who then swiftly requested that the players continue on their mission to find and track down the elusive Wraith who travels across the jungles. Shortly after that, the party met a new NPC. Well, new to some, not new to others. A witch by the name of Pandora, who had used the distraction that the three members of the party had put together to lay low and have the phalanx stop giving chase. After that, Typhon, who was traveling with Tara, recognized Pandora, thus immediately garnering some trust with the wayward witch to the rest of the group. Kipariso went off ahead to distract some of the more loyal members of the Empire who are traveling alongside the party, while Ibis brought Pandora back to the camp to reunite with her sister, Galatea, and her student, Lysandra. A lot of catching up was had. Various conversations ensued, and it was revealed that the book that Lysandra found in the ruined remains of Pandora's shop was, in fact, a book on the basic and advanced properties of the magical art of witchcraft, as well as the book itself being sentient and having the mind of a much older, much grander witch by the name of Circe, who would help guide Lysandra as a mentor in the off chance that Pandora is not available to do so. With that, Pandora, knowing that there were Eurydian soldiers who were still on the lookout for her, swiftly made an exit from the rest of the party and headed back into the jungle line. Also, while all of that was going down and before Pandora was brought back to the camp, Galatea and Tirfi both investigated one of the void ichor pools left on the outside of the camp when they first spotted the Wraith the night prior. After some very careful and some very uncareful examination of the puddle, Tirfi made the realization that these puddles of void goop that are being left throughout the island as the Wraith goes about her business can be used as a sort of network that the Wraith can use to listen in and instantly travel to any point where one of her void pools are still intact. Galatea made direct contact with the pool, feeling the deep, cold, and unloving embrace of the void, much akin to deep space without any warmth, and received a little bit of a residual reminder of the action that she had performed with the finger that she had poked into the pool now permanently taking on a pitch black and necrotized appearance, which confounded Lysandra, as void corruption is not normally that fast acting or that impactful on very small exposures. Lysandra, investigating the vial of void corruption that Tirfi was able to gather from that pool, found out that not only was it not more powerful than regular deposits of void substance, it was, in fact, less potent, as the Wraith is only void corrupted and is not a void-born creature, thus making it even stranger that Galatea seems to have this apparent sensitivity to void material and void corruption. And while all of this was going down, Kipariso had successfully distracted Evander and Enyo, the two Empire loyalists who have been traveling with the party, and has them lost deep in the jungle, one of them substantially more lost than the other. And now, we zoom back in on Tara Lionsborn, who had remained in the jungle outcropping after Kipariso, Pandora, and Ibis, and the Phalanx all headed on their separate ways. So, Tara, what, if anything, are you currently up to? Belle? Mic issues? That's no worries at all. You are A-okay, darling. Don't you worry about it.
Ugh, what is Mike doing this time?
I know.
I
Mike
can't
is
believe-
so...
God.
Yes, let's all
Such a
take the
ruckus
distraction of dog bark that just occurred. While Tara is
so-
getting her mic fixed.
I mean, since I rolled that 19, Kip's just gonna lead the two Empire loyalists in a big ass circle, loopy swirly line, for several hours, and then eventually lead them to the spot where the soldiers actually were before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to give credence to the
Can
lie
y'all
with
hear me now?
bits of truth.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now. Also,
Awesome.
don't you worry, Kip. We will be getting back to you because
Okay.
there.
Just thought I'd give that brief.
Of course, absolutely. But
Thank you, bestie.
there is some relevance in what Kip is currently doing, but we will get to that.
Kip is currently stalling for me is what's happening.
I do my best.
Lynx, I appreciate you, bestie.
I take that
So,
role very seriously.
Tara, you are alone in the jungle with your thoughts.
Tara, first of all, is going to the thing Tara intended to do when she came out here, the reason she got the veil and the tea, she's going to try and track down traces of the Wraith.
Independently? Okay, sure. Awesome. Fucking lootly.
She wants to see if she can have a conversation with it.
So, go ahead, do me the favor of making me a survival check.
1 second. I just have to get roll 20.
I will say, with knowing that there is one majorly corrupted voidborn creature here, and knowing that the void usually tends to leave some pretty distinct and unnatural trails, I will give this survival check advantage.
Awesome. Okay, let me scroll. Okay, good. It's set at advantage.
$13.
That is. Can I use my my inspiration to
Yes,
make
you
that
absolutely may. Please re-roll.
better? Do I roll it at advantage again or just normal?
Nope, just one additional dice and you can pick your favorite.
Okay.
Incredible. 12. We're gonna stick
gonna
with
go
the
with the
13. And you begin making your way deeper into the jungle. I will say, as part of your survival check, and what helps you gather the sense of direction towards wherever the Wraith might currently be, you notice in the part of the clearing where the Phalanx had been marching, there is a pretty fresh and very recent puddle of void corruption. Like it was just left there.
So I have a question, and because I
answer.
know we haven't used Tara being a werelion in mechanics at all. But could I petition that helps her track things by scent rather than sight?
Okay. What I will let you do, you already had advantage on the roll, so normally this would not benefit you. But since you are making an active change in your current self and are adding something new to the roll, which is assuming your werelion form, what I will do is give you basically... I will let you re-roll what would have been the disadvantage die on the third roll.
Well, it's less
or on the
it's
second.
less
So,
me asking to okay.
No,
It's
go
less
ahead.
me asking to re-roll, and more asking, can Tara do this while wearing a blindfold?
Oh, I thought you were going a
'Cause
different
Tara
direction.
doesn't-
Yes, she may.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Tara wants to do this while blindfolded, as to not go insane upon seeing the thing.
Fantastic. Yes, you absolutely may. Please go ahead. You put on the blindfold. Now, this isn't giving you blind sense, but it is not hindering your ability to track the Wraith.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Awesome. So she's gonna follow the trail as best she can till she can find wherever it smells the most like it's there.
Okay.
And then when she gets there, what she's going to do is she's going to kneel, and take out her tinderbox, and start making a fire to brew the tea that she brought.
Interesting. Okay.
And she will speak out into, because she can't see,
Mhm.
And say, I do not know if I have found you or not, but I would, if you are willing to, like to invite you to sit, have a drink, and have a conversation with me.
I will say, this has been a good couple of hours that you have been navigating through the very, very dense jungles of Turok. Make the fire, brew the tea, send out the invitation. We're just going to make this roll purely based on luck. This is not about Tara's persuasiveness or presence. This is just playing the odds. So I'm going to have you roll me a d20. For the purpose of this, you want a number higher, equal to, or higher than 11. 19.
19.
You
The dice
feel...
gods still love me.
You feel a bitter chill behind you. And the sound of some gelatinous structure moving. And at first, the sense of chill is like just in the ground behind you, so kind of just like towards like the top of your hip maybe. And as the seconds pass, that deep cold radiates onto your back, onto the back of your neck, onto the back of your skull. And you do not need to see it to know that the Wraith is behind you.
I assume that is a yes? From how cold everything got all of a sudden?
You feel the radiating sense of cold begin to gravitate towards your back left side, then your left profile, and then your front left, as you feel it begin to walk around you.
Tara would have like set up if she could have tried to find like a stump to set up a small table or whatever to just kind of
yes.
be able to drink the tea with the Wraith.
Absolutely.
And Tara will just kind of go, I don't know when the last time you were shown hospitality was, but I do not believe us enemies. And I would not attack you, mean you no harm. All I wish to sit and talk, if you would be willing. And then Tara will sip her tea that she's made.
You feel that moving beacon of cold radiating a bitter chill stop directly parallel from you and lower as the Wraith takes a seat.
Need anything?
And you hear on the table across from you, I am willing to engage in hospitality. If you would do me the courtesy of looking at me.
I have been warned that is not the smartest of ideas. See, my beloved is quite knowledgeable of the void, and I have been informed that looking upon you could potentially drive me insane. And as I do not wish you harm, I would hope you also do not wish it upon me.
I will reduce the more void-like aspects of my form. If we are going to talk civilly, You will not treat me as a monster. We will talk as people, or we will not
treat
talk.
you as a monster. Would not treat you as a monster in general. When I first met my beloved, I had to wear the blindfold for her as well. She is a Gorgon.
I have
I
no
do this out of-
petrifying gaze.
Understand. As long as you are willing to not cause insanity, I will gladly take off my blindfold.
Please proceed.
And Tara will do so. Tara will take off the blindfold.
Take off your blindfold. And you take it off just in time to watch long, slithering, slick, gooey tendrils that are erupting from her back like horribly disfigured wings begin to rescind into her spine as first 6, then 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, then none.
I have to tell you, that is quite impressive.
They're even more fun in practice.
I believe it.
And
I have a bit of a transformation myself, if you'd like to see it.
maybe another time.
Okay.
You watch around, kind of at a diagonal, starting just above her, just under her midsection. Everything sort of below the top half of her body is that same pitch black, lightless void. And you watch as it also slowly begins to disperse. Void caking and surrounding her face also fades away. And you see in front of you a woman wearing Uridian hoplites armor. Breastplate, helmet, bracers, armored sandals, shield and sword on back and hip. And as the last of the void tint escapes from her, you see her eyes shining brilliant yellow, and her skin a deep pigmented purple. And she takes off her helmet, and you see a shaved soldier's buzz cut and semi-pointed half-elven ears. And she sets her helmet on the ground next to her.
Did not realize we were kindred. Tara will point to her own ears.
You see, she nods and kind of chokes out a chortle and goes, "For a second I thought you meant the purple."
No. Elf. It took me years to get this tan, but normally I am mostly gray and white. My father was a Goliath.
You see, she smiles and says, "Live in harmony with the void long enough, and that's how you get..." She just holds up her arms. This.
See.
Also, very notable just because of the way that the armor is. Since it's breastplate and no, like, upper bicep or arm armor, jacked. Absolutely fucking jacked.
It's just two very jacked ladies. I must know. What do you use as your workout routine? And Tara will flex. I'm a gladiator, so mine comes from combat for the most part.
And you see in an entirely deadpan facial expression, she goes, "Murdering every Uridian soldier that steps foot on the island."
I have a question.
I have an answer.
If I touch you, am I going to be void tainted?
No.
Tara will hold up a hand for a high five. She's just like, it's me too.
You see she sort of squints at your hand a little bit and very tentatively raises her hand up before she lets out a sigh and just finishes it.
Listen, I have not been home in a very long time, so to meet someone who is of similar opinion to the Empire as myself is wonderful, first of all. Secondly, how long have you been living in my ancestral, homeland? This general area, in the burned down village, that was my home.
You see she narrows her eyes and says, If I had to give it an estimate, well over 2 decades?
So, 2 decades. Then you would have known. Then you would have seen Clan Lionsborn.
I saw it, yes.
Yes, then you would know of... I don't know if you would know of me, but you would know of my father at least. He was often in the jungle by himself. He was a tall Goliath man. He commanded the powers of nature.
In truth, as one would expect from... And you see she holds out her arm, and emerging from the skin just under her wrist, a small void tendril folds out before sinking back in. Because of my condition, I tend to seclude myself from the peaceful civilizations here.
I understand. I wish I'd have known of you sooner. We could have at least made sure you were fed and happy. It is just...
Well, it is a welcome sentiment. I am, at least somewhat, sustained and have no need for mortal comforts.
You will not need the tea then.
And you see she, after you say that, picks up the teacup and says, what, and I can't be nostalgic for a life that I no longer live? And she takes a sip.
You absolutely can. It is a jasmine tea that Tara and Tirfi drink together all the time.
Incredible.
This is jasmine that my best friend makes for me. I figured it would be nice as a way to introduce myself to bring some with me.
It has been a very long time since I have been met and regarded as a person. You did not need the tea, but it is appreciated.
Just because the Empire brands you a monster does not mean that you are. Brand me one as well. Lion Lady.
I was about to say, you speak from experience.
Yes, I am a shifter. My tribe were all, as you probably can recall. When I was captured and imprisoned, they put me in the arena. Very recently it came out that I could shift. Tried to keep it a secret because, as you know, difference is not exactly met with kindness in the Empire.
It's funny, I've ended up much, much closer to the Empire than I had ever planned on being. I'm not even from here.
Where are you from?
You see she looks at you, and says, how familiar are you with the other continents around the world? I'm not sure how specific you need me to be.
I have been living with my my beloved for a while, and she has tried to teach me as much as she can, so I try.
She nods and says, in that circumstance, I hail from the dominions of Gaul.
Okay, so how what would I need to roll for Tara to know
we are
that?
going to call that history.
Oh, great. That's one of those things that Tara just does not know. Come on, Dice Gods. 14!
Okay, 14. 14 is not bad. The Dominions of Gaul are a series of independent kingdoms and the baronies that accompany them that all band together to form one massive nation in the continent of Vaustris. The Dominions of Gaul, I think, in terms of just general architecture and naming conventions, I think is more equated to something a little bit more Norse, a little Nordic.
Vaustris. I see. Hey.
Vaustris is the continent. Gaul is the
So
country.
that's what she's Tara would have learned the continents first, then the countries.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good.
And Tara will just go, "Where are my manners? I apologize. I am Tara Lionsborn of Clan Lionsborn, chieftain and throned beast. Might
You
I
see,
ask is your name?"
she looks at you and says, Vasilea Asmodeus.
Tara will just give a bow. It is wonderful to meet you.
Likewise. Though I must ask, you sought me out on purpose, which means you already knew of me.
Yep, I do.
My
I will
question
not hide.
is why? And, as a follow-up, does that have anything to do with why you and your compatriots are here?
The bitch, Leoridivia, sent us here so that you would kill us, or we would kill you, one of the two.
I see.
I do not believe that is necessary. Believe that, because I fucking hate that bitch, it would be just as easy to take her a sample of your void, the void, and go, yeah, no, we took care of it. Would lie to her face after asking you a favor, if you would allow me.
You see, she looks at you and says, we are but strangers, though I admit you have been kinder and more hospitable than most. But I do not see under what grounds you are owed a favor from me.
You owe me nothing. I only request, humbly, that you help me kill that phalanx of 50 Euridian soldiers.
Well, lucky for you, I have already been chipping away at them.
I have noticed. These bastards do not deserve to walk my homeland, especially their general. I ask you leave him to me. And I would ask you would, if possible, help myself and my group to perhaps kill them all.
You see, she'll nod.
The group of individuals that I work with, most of us hate the Empire. Some of us in secret, myself and a few others more overtly and loudly.
You say most.
Yes, there is a small snag. We have a companion, Enyo, who is a magistrate of the Empire. However, I believe that end is being taken care of by my friend, Kibarisa. Don't know if you were tracking us when we encountered the phalanx. I assume because 10 of them went missing you were. But
she will look at you.
a fawn boy that was with me.
And what of the novitiate of the order that you travel with?
You speak of Ibis, yes?
I know not her
The,
name,
the
but
small snake.
yes, the smaller Lamia, red-headed.
Yes. From what I can remember, from what I have recently discovered, she is beginning to question everything that she has ever been told about the Empire. And I am slowly but surely guiding with kindness the conclusion that we all came to. The Empire is shit, and it deserves to burn.
See, she nods and says, "The day you landed, I made eye contact with Ibis, and I did not see loyalty. In most cases, a lack of loyalty does not earn respect from me, but a lack of loyalty with the Empire, I can settle my differences."
I would ask that you come with me to speak with my group. In secret if necessary.
You see, she looks
Yes.
to you and says, "With all due respect, Lionsborn, I will not be doing that.
I understand.
You
You must
have approached me with kindness and have treated me as a person. But we are not allies, and I do not know the motivations of all who you keep company."
understand. You must think of your safety first.
She nods and says, "We already have the same goal, so to that end, of course, I am willing to work with you and your associates. Should that change, I will do everything in my power to defend myself."
The only reason I would find you an enemy is, the larger Lamia. She, the Thrak we had with us, the Fawn come to harm. Then you and I will be one monster against one another.
You see her eyes narrow at you, and she stands up from the table. And looking, honestly, disappointed, says, "Ah, so we do agree. I am a monster."
No, I do not think you are. I am.
You said otherwise.
I say this because in battle, the war, all are monsters.
Lionsborn, do yourself the courtesy of not backpedaling. Own your words.
I do own my words. Here now, neither of us are monsters. But in battle, I am.
You see tendrils begin to sprout from her back, and her eyes beginning to shift from that bright luminous yellow to the deep purple lack of irises that Ibis made contact with earlier. And she says, "I would advise you to not associate me with that word again. I am not a monster. And even if I were to be, it was not under my control!"
I believe you.
Good. And you see a pool of void sludge beginning to bubble under her feet. And she says, "We are not friends, but we have the same goals. And you will not come to harm if I do not."
Understood.
Shh.
I.
And she fades.
Oh, damn. I was. Okay. And then Tara is going to, after this interaction, she has one more thing that she wants to do in the jungle.
Okay.
From her memory of the day that she was captured, one other member of the clan lived. And she is holding out hope that by any miracle she can find any sign of her cousin.
Yes, absolutely. Once again, if you would be so kind, go ahead and give me a survival check.
It's a 17.
17. You begin to make your way back to the camp, searching as you go for any sign of your cousin or her whereabouts, or whatever fate that she met. On a 17, you make it all the way back to the camp without picking up any signs of her potential whereabouts. It does dawn on Tara. It has been a few long years since you last had any contact.
Tara was hoping that she may have stuck around, but knowing Miriam, she did not.
But what I will say, to give you something, you get back to the camp proper. Reunite with all of your compatriots, but aren't done looking yet. Because we both know Tara Lionsborn.
Yeah.
And you search the actual campground, the ruins of the village. And as you look around, there is a very rare item that exists within the setting. It is an item called a mythstone. Same concept-ish to sending stones. But rather than sending a message, mythstones, as they are called, store and hold messages, record them. And as you were searching through the barely standing remains of burnt buildings, specifically the house where Miriam would have grown up, you do find one of these mythstones.
Tara will pick it up and look at it, and having absolutely no idea how magic items work, we'll kind of go and get Tirfi and Lysandra and go, so, two things. A, I spoke with the Wraith of Turak. And B, do either of you know how this works?
Wait.
What? I'm sorry. Typhon, weren't you supposed to be with her?
I sent Typhon with the woman we met.
You see Typhon smiles and goes, "She told me to go with Pandora."
Yes, Pandora. That one. I am fine. I was prepared. I had the blindfold. I may or may not have put my foot in my mouth just a little, but I got through it okay, with no damage. I promise.
Did the detachment help?
Yes, it did.
Excellent.
It did. Up until the point where I misspoke and called the two of us monsters because I am insecure just a little.
No.
Tara is not ashamed of the fact that she calls herself a monster because she's insecure.
So, she is not only quite capable of being contacted, but also sensitive.
Yes,
Well,
specifically to that term.
I should hope
but
that we might
she's-
be able to speak again.
She
That's a
is,
very, very interesting proposition.
if you treat her as a person and not a monster, and she is quite easy to speak to. She drank and enjoyed herself, and it was nice.
I have so many questions to ask of her.
But my other big question is, do either of you know how these work? And she'll hold up the myth stone.
I feel like I could recognize that at a glance if they're that common.
They're a little bit on the rarer side, at least compared to their sister magic items, the sending stones. But
Gotcha.
as tawny myth stones are not uncommon in and around the Empire, because, you know, none of y'all know this, but, like, zoom out, as tawny tech is kind of all over this land.
Yeah.
But yeah, myth stones are not at all uncommon.
Would it be like
drop
an
Arcana or
Yeah.
a ritual cast identify?
You can give me an Arcana check. It's basically 18 to 26. There is a command word programmed, quote unquote, into the item. But speaking that command word will relay the message.
And each stone is programmed with its own command word, I would assume.
So
Not
it's sort of
everyone
a
would.
thing where some stones don't have command words. It is up to the utilizer of the stone to... It's basically putting a password on voicemail. You can, as part of the action you are using to inscribe a message, you can set a command word into the stone until it is said, in which case the message is played and disappears, and then the stone is empty and able to be used again.
Which of us relays what it is? Do we both talk at the same time?
The DC was 16. Both of y'all got it.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, is Tirfi gonna say it or is Lysander gonna say it? And I'm like, oh.
We're both just looking at each other.
Is Tara like, are you guys okay?
Oh, this
yes.
is a myth stone. It records a message which can be passed on via a password or anyone who were to receive it.
I would assume in your case it is password adjacent or lock. So it could be something personalized.
Tara will just say, will you say Miriam's name, and then Lion's Born, just anything she can really think of, to get it to activate.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. Do you wanna give me just a couple of just wrote off some words for me? I'm curious. Because it would be fun to give it to you, but I want you to have the chance to get it on your own.
Okay, cool. Give me a second. I gotta find the Google Doc with her parents' name on it.
No worries.
Easily. It's password. Cracked it.
Perfect.
Password
What about
is
Ada?
password.
Tara will
yes,
just sit
of course.
Tara will just sit there and go, Daros Lion's Born, Ula Ursaborn, and those were both of Miriam's parents.
Mm-hmm.
Miriam Volpa born, Ara Lion's Born.
Specifically, as you say, Tara, the stone, the glyphs on it, vroom, 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 all burst with energy.
I do a little clap. Excited clap.
And you hear the message. Let me get that. Let me get it right here. Tara, if you're hearing this, first off, congratulations on getting out of the fucking Empire. Second off, welcome home. Third of all,
I'll say just tears.
I
Tara's
couldn't
eyes.
stay here. Not with everything. Not even things I left behind. Things that were ripped away. I couldn't swallow bitter memories for any longer than I had to. I hitched a ride on a passing ship. Docked for just a couple of moments here at the island, and I asked if they could make room for a stowaway or someone willing to do a little bit of extra work. I ran back here as quick as I could to leave the message. The ship is about to depart. I'm not even entirely sure where we are going, but all I know, all I was told, is that I am looking forward to the beautiful embrace of warm sand. I have a hunch in where that is, but there's a brief pause in the recording. You hear very distant, coming! I have to go. Ship is about to leave. I tried to wait for you. I did. I lived on my own. I survived independently, but I can't stay here. If it's still home to you, I'm happy for you. But my house was lost a while ago. And I would rather find a new one, if that's okay. Goodbye, Tara.
Tara is openly sobbing at this point, like much like she did when she first got here. She'll just kind of put the stone down and just sit for a second and just and it goes from very vehement sobbing that she couldn't have done anything to help to a very bright smile that Miriam is still alive. There's a very visible shift in emotions within like seconds as Tara like feels all the things.
Mm-hmm.
It was my cousin. It is the only other surviving member of Clan Lionsborn. She is still alive. I am not alone. Now have even more of a reason to burn the Empire to the fucking ground.
It'll happen. Don't worry.
Good.
No, quite literally.
We
It's
have
going to
no
happen.
choice in the matter.
What?
Lysandra can explain later. I apologize in your moment of apotheosis to be one-track minded, but with the Wraith, did you get a name? I think Wraith is.
So Tara would know the name. But
Let me write it down for you again. No worries.
It started with a V. It was a V name. That's it. Like
Did you
Reynolds.
come to any sort of accord, understanding?
Well, I intended, I don't know about you guys, but I intended to go and murder a phalanx of Euridian soldiers while I was here. And her name was Valissa Asmosius. I think I said that right.
Vasilea, but
Vasilea.
yeah.
And she said she'd help me do that, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Vasilea? Because like Vaseline is goopy.
Claire, do you have any inspiration on your character sheet?
Yes, I have one more.
I'm tempted to take it away from you.
No.
No more inspiration for you.
Bad joke disadvantage.
Now have -1 inspiration.
I have a point of inspiration that I get to use against only Claire.
Just against your.
Yeah.
Just against you. My goodness. No, that is not why. That is not why she has that name.
Lysandra would pointedly go, okay, well, we could definitely pencil in murdering, or helping you take care of the phalanx post. What we were discussing, suggested Irvi, is more of like a diplomatic approach towards Vasilea in your case.
It
But-
sounds as though the first steps have been made. If roughly.
I may have pissed her off just a little. Hopefully it will not continue. Hopefully
You
she'll
mentioned.
forgive me for being an asshole.
Perhaps a fresh face as well. Do you think Vasilea can hear us through this? I'll hold up the vial of goop.
She'll kind of look into the goop and be like, I don't know how magic works. Maybe.
Hold on, real quick.
I mean,
just for shits and giggles.
Roll
Tirfi,
D100.
can you just roll a d20 for me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's certainly possible with networking of Void.
19. There is one little, like an air bubble, like that rises to the surface and bursts. And
I feel like
bursts.
Lysandra squints very hard.
Or we'll wave at it. Just, hello.
Nothing else happens.
Yeah, I
It
told you
just-
they were nice.
But yes, the approach is one of diplomacy, but we do have a worry toward our entourage, so to speak. Or they might attack with no reason and ensure that we finish the job, and she puts air quotes around them.
Well, here is. I did warn her that Enyo and Evander may be a problem, and personally, if we just don't attack with them, we could let her just kill them. That is my option.
Kipariso did offer to distract them for a long.
Okay, that is good. Yeah,
But the idea of a distraction was probably necessary before if we are to engage conversation. We should not have those two with us, whether it be
Yes.
splitting the party or not.
Agreed.
Did you tell her that we came here with the intention of, well, with
I was
orders
honest.
to hunt her?
I was honest. Yes, I did.
Well, I appreciate that. But it does complicate it because inaction does not necessarily mean.
What I said to her was that the bitch Leora sent us with orders to kill her, but I had no intention of following those orders. in any way, shape, or form.
Standing by while Evander were to charge him blindly, if he is that stupid. I do not know if it was absolve us.
Listen, if Evander charges her, I will skewer him through with my sword, because I owe him that much anyway.
Well then, that would be more of a positive overture. I have been meaning to ask the both of you, what do you think of Enyo? I do not mean Enyo's position, I mean Enyo's person.
You both keep a secret.
Yes.
I have recently been given a very good secret keeping technique, so yes.
Inyo is being mind controlled.
Turfy snaps. That's it. I speak to her for hours. She does not seem like the kind of person who would occupy the position that she does.
The cat has a command word phrase.
Oh. He does.
And Tara, you know the phrase. The phrase is, if it isn't too much trouble.
The phrase is, if it isn't too much trouble, and anytime he says it, is invoking mind control upon the little one. Personally, I would liberate her from it and kill that bastard. I already explained to him that if he did it again in my home, I would kill him without remorse. I also did lie to him and tell him I wouldn't tell any of you, but it is because he is an asshole and deserves to be lied to.
Evander's bastard sense starts tingling. He's like, hey, wait a second.
Evander sneezes.
To be fair, I do not trust him as much as I could throw him, and you know me, I am very weak.
I could throw him quite far into a fire.
But it will complicate things if we lose the envoys that were sent to guard us suddenly.
If we kill Evander, who is a Tarakian like myself, I doubt that the Empire would blink. Now, Inyo, however, I believe you are correct. However, Evander seems expendable.
While it would be fitting that the bodyguard of the magistrate might die in the service of protecting it, I have to wonder who would give Evander such a control phrase. Evander is clearly trusted with more than just the magistrate's life, more that the magistrate is an agency of the Empire in the first place. That's a great charge.
I have a question. Just something that has been on my mind. I saw something earlier today, and this is just a little change of topic because my brain is going everywhere. When you are harmed, does your skin calcify?
Yes.
Okay. Just curious.
You fought Prox in the arena before. You should have seen that.
Have I?
Yeah, the dermal ossification is a known thing that the Throck do.
Okay, cool. Tara's just a dumb cat at the moment. Yes, saw part of the phalanx were Throck, and I would rather not kill them, but I love you.
That is a troublesome proposition. The conditioning of Throck Legionnaires is intense. I have to wonder if the Ancillai have made any strides in making contact with them.
I would hope so. I would hate to have to kill Throck. I love your people.
Would they know of its existence? Would they be isolated by virtue of the military culture? I wish I had asked Atticus of this very thing.
That is true. So, there is one other matter of business that I have And that is, what do we do of returning to the Empire? Once this is over, once either way, we've finished. I personally would not like to return. If there is any way I can milk being here as long as I can, I will do it, but I have an obligation to keep Ariso to help him. But I don't know. It has been pulling at me since we got here. Do not wish to leave, but I do not wish to abandon my oath to help him keep.
Well, I like Kipariso a great deal, but well, I had been planning that I would stay. Possibly use, if I must disappear, this particular mission as an opportunity of voluntary exile, only to reconnect with the Ansarai. But I do have a community to be a part of, and a war to fight in the streets. But Lysandra tells me that that is perhaps not what fate has planned for me.
I understand. I do not intend on abandoning Kip to their long journey over sea alone. Lord knows, by the divinities knows that one cannot sail for anything. Amount of throw up. However, we'll need to find a way to convince Kip to maybe come back earlier than we had intended. At least make a stop through here, if I can.
I suppose, Lysandra, my next question is, how long do I have before these things begin to take their course?
Lysandra, in the middle of all this, while you guys are talking, pulled out a card from her deck and is looking at it very strangely, and then just kind of puts it back and shuffles, clean back into the situation, and goes, that I am not entirely sure.
Lysandra.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have something.
Yeah.
For that
What is it?
card. So let's go back before you reshuffled it. You pull out the artifact.
Yeah.
The importance of a physical object that must be obtained, protected, or destroyed at all costs. And you, picturing Enyo and Evander and what threat they might pose to the party. And Enyo, I'll say, while you're over with Kip, you get a tingle down your spine as this occurs. Lysandra, a vision is presented to you of
Hail.
Enyo beaten and bloodied before receiving both of their prosthetics, with their eyes starting to glaze over. Mere, seconds away from dying. And Evander, still not at this point in his current monk garments, in traditional Tarakian clothes, holding her and weeping over her body. and he reaches up and grabs the windpipe of a Eurydian soldier standing over them and crushes it in his claws. And the vision moves forward. And you see Enyo back in the Empire with both of her new prosthetic limbs. Barely breathing, hooked up to some sort of like medical bay that is rooted and based in the magic of artifice. And and Evander on the other side of a thick pane of glass, looking at her as another magistrate is talking to him. And another flash forward, and Enyo being released from this medical bay, very hazy, not entirely sure what's going on, and Evander with a tear rolling down his cheek and a patch of skin on and a patch of fur on the back of his neck shaved, and a fresh wound in the shape of a magical brand put in the back of his neck. And a final one of Enyo waiting for him outside of the magistrate's building. And another magistrate looking at him and saying, "So that's the deal. Keep her loyal to the Empire. Keep her open to their interests. And we will not remotely shut down all of the artificial pieces of her body that sustain her. You want your friend back so badly? Make sure she doesn't repeat her mistakes." And the vision fades.
Yeah, did not hear any of the conversation the two were having.
Uh-huh.
And puts the card back and just kind of angrily hisses under her breath, going, "Great. Just keep creating monsters. Cool. Fine. Alright. Sorry, what were you two saying? My apologies."
We were asking what plans we might make after this mission were complete.
So would Tara have recognized that Lysandra were having a vision?
Yes, absolutely. You've seen that 1,000-yard stare into the middle distance plenty of times.
Tara will cup either side of Lysandra's face. What did you see?
Truthfully, I was being nosy and was wondering if they were to find out what their deal is, or of simple trust. Are they worthy of our kindness, along those lines? It appears similar to what I went through. The Empire just likes to hold things above their heads to make perfect little puppets.
See.
So, mind control is definitely something that is occurring, but if he does not listen to those orders, then she will crumple to the ground like a rag doll. And probably cease to live. And I am not a medic. I do not know. I know how to alchemically create beasts and creatures, but I do not know how the humanoid bodies work, and how to properly sustain them when they lack proper limbs to survive.
Ify, do you know how to build prosthetics?
Uh,
Chan?
so, Lysandra, you don't know exactly what the components are,
Yeah.
but you get the vibe that it's not just
It's
Enyo's
there's
legs that
there's
are.
something that's sustaining her
There are,
to live.
you think, internal,
Yeah.
internal, organ replacements
Yeah,
that
and that
were
they
made
could
by
just
the Empire.
and they could shut it off at a moment, and Inyo would just drop dead.
Inyo and me as a person are very similar.
Yeah.
Truly, I wrote this before you were like, hey, I have to get a new heart soon. I was like, oh, interesting.
But basically, yeah, the Empire has like control whether Inyo lives or dies, and it's all in Evander's hands, theoretically speaking.
Oh, great. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
So if Evander dies, then Inyo is going to die. Like if we let him.
Pretty much what it is, you're understanding from the visions.
Yeah.
The deal is, Evander was able to convince the Academy of Magistrates to bring back a magistrate who, for some reason or another, committed some form of treason and was carved down by a soldier, to bring her back to life. But the condition is, okay, we're fitting her with all of this artificial arcana tech that's going to keep her alive. If she does not stay loyal to the Empire, she's dead. Game over. End of story.
well, shit.
Yes. And Lysandra kind of thinks in it, like, it complicates things because, theoretically speaking, I could ask the chorus to borrow a spell of some sort that could probably potentially, if I use another source of magic to make sure I have a better chance of it, then I could potentially remove the brand that is on him, but then that could send out warning flares, and then that could just immediately end the deal right then and there.
See.
And if he perishes on this journey, then that's it. But if we show any signs of betraying, then they will have to cut us down.
They'll do that. They want to do that to me anyway. It's fine.
To answer your question, Tara, I believe I could. It is beyond what I have done, but I believe I could attempt a more permanent solution besides what Lysandra is offering to borrow. The most complex thing does seem to be the triggering consequences of doing these things.
But yes, I have to agree. It is difficult to think about.
I wonder if
I
it's
feel I
better
have
to...
been too harsh on him.
To be fair, he's been speaking nothing of malice for the greater good to keep a presence up, but he should not have said those words in an approximation close to you in a moment of grieving.
The keeping up of appearances. That's what the look he gave me meant. Yes, I feel quite contrite myself. They are the both of them prisoners.
Yes. I feel incredibly bad for throwing a spear through his gut, but you know, that was also a trauma response.
It's fine. They humiliated you and made you feel quite bad in the arena. So, fair is fair in my eyes.
That is true. Wait. Tara, it dawns on Tara now. Do you, when I lost, did you magic? Did when I lost in the arena, do you didn't happen to use magic on them when that happened, did you?
No, I did. I was quite furious in the nature, and
That's understandable.
all it caused was a simple fear factor, and through
Was
the
curious
guidance.
as to why Enyo was suddenly very afraid of me.
Well, it was either that or another very harmful spell. Fear was the easier of the two to.
It has come to my attention that as much as I try and act as a shield for those who I care about have been nothing but a shield for me for the past almost 3 weeks now. Hell, even Kipariso tried to make sure I didn't rip the general's throat out in front of his men.
My goodness, companionship goes both ways. Who would have thought it?
I think just the last thought that Lysandra would say is like, should we tell them that we know?
That
No.
was what I was wondering, if your ability to speak inside one's head would foil some spying.
Now you could tell them that you the vision. Yes, I didn't hear it from me.
No, I can simply speak the honest truth. I was nosy. I pulled a card out. The card spilled everything.
That is fair. You ever pulled cards for me?
No.
I don't think I've ever asked.
I typically do not pull cards for someone I care about because it has hurt me twice in the past, and I like the veil of mystery in this case. But if you ever
That is
want a card,
understandable.
I will do it for you. Just not about where is our love going to be, because that's terrifying. I deal with that a lot with the common folk.
It would if I asked you for a card, it would be more for helping me find Miriam.
I certainly do. Probably later.
Yeah, not now. Later, obviously. But for now, need to go see and find if Kipariso has returned to the camp yet.
I'm gonna take that free segue that you just gave me.
Go.
We're going to shift back. Kipariso, it has been a good couple of hours of you leading Enyo and Ares, and less so Evander, because he knows something is up, but is allowing himself to be distracted by you. As you lead them on a wild goose chase throughout the jungle. Evander is kind of saddled up next to Ares and Enyo, and you walk a little bit ahead. And Evander looks at Enyo, and then looks to you and goes, is there any chance at all we could just head back to the camp at this point? I will take that as a no, I suppose.
Who's that addressed at?
You.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking to Enyo.
Oh, no.
No.
He was looking at Enyo.
Looked at me, then
He looked at Enyo and then was like to you, hey, can we?
Okay, that part confused me. Okay. Kip will turn around and be like, I mean, okay. At that moment, how far away are they from where the soldiers were?
Do you think after, you tell me, do you think Kipariso is still trying to take them in that direction? Or are you still wandering, quote unquote, aimlessly?
I mean, After how long? 2 hours at least? 3, 4, 6? How long are we talking here? Kip would draw it out, but how long would it take before Evander
We'll
said that?
call it a solid 3 when he's finally like,
Okay.
can we just...
Alright, after about 3 hours, and once he says that, Kip would kind of sigh and be like, you know what? I'm sure they handled it at this point. I think I must have gotten turned around at some point. I've got mud in my fur. I hate jungles.
You see Evander rolls his eyes and goes, yes, at some point, of course.
Yeah, okay. They're competent. Let's just... as much as I hate to admit it, I guess maybe you managed to make a good point this one time. Let's go. Let's go back. It's
All
that
right.
way.
You begin to head back. Evander steps in tow. Hey, Kip, what is your
Yes.
passive perception?
That's a good question. It's on here somewhere.
It's on your sheet somewhere,
13.
bestie.
13?
Yeah.
Okay. You continue leading the charge, heading back towards the campsite. Evander and Enyo close in tow. Unless Kip makes any attempts to make small talk, or unless Enyo would like to, Evander is well past the point of being done with this entire charade.
Kip has continuously, throughout this whole time, made some interesting mix of polite small talk, random interesting facts and factoids, pointing out things that they think might get Enyo's attention, just all kinds of just a continuous monologue just about.
Fantastic. So Kipariso is droning as he begins to lead the party back towards the central campsite. It gets to the
They're
point...
probably talking about the care of their own fur or something.
Fantastic. About maybe 10 minutes as you're on the way walking back. You point out something that you think Enyo might enjoy, and don't hear a response.
It's like purple, right? Magistrate?
You turn around and you see Evander. No Enyo, no giant wolf.
Fuck.
And Evander turns around, scowls, turn to you, very thin, slitted cat-like pupils.
That was not me. I did not do
And
anything.
fangs bared and says, "This is precisely what I was trying to avoid."
You were right there, okay? I am ahead. How was I supposed... Okay, let's just find it. Find the... both.
Enyo, why don't you describe for us where you fucked off to?
I think at some point in between the incoherent babblings and the wrong turns and we just might as well turn back now. Enyo, I think at some point was starting to feel like this is getting a lot.
Mm-hmm.
This is starting to feel earlier like, oh no, you're safe, Enyo. It's fine, Enyo. It's not good. So in the midst of like some fun facts, she slept out. She
I
slept.
will say, on top of this, Enyo, you feel a gnawing hunger beginning to eat away at you as well. Where the normal person has suffered 2 drops in your needs to hungry, Enyo's anatomy drops her to ravenous. So on top of everything, you need something to sustain yourself.
And that's when no one was looking. Gone.
It disappears into the tree line. I'm going to say Evander is going to make a survival check to try to track you. He has to beat your stealth check that you whispered to me.
Yeah. I love Kip's reactions. I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It wasn't.
So for those who don't know, the stealth check Jester whispered to me was a 19. Evander's passive perception is 17.
That's so high. That's such a high roll. Why'd you have to do that?
Yeah, I got hungry.
Can't believe.
So, Enyo breaks off into the wilderness, and... are you assisting Evander in the efforts to find Enyo?
Well, about how far from camp are we at this point?
You've been on a 3-hour roundabout walk, and you are 10 minutes into walking back, but also I imagine that you've circled over and redoubled to the same landmarks a couple of times, but we'll still say you are a good 30 minutes out of the way to get back to the campsite.
Okay. Okay. Kip would weigh the pros and cons for a second before deciding eventually to follow after the guy because in the jungle alone. Fucking.
So, you are assisting Evander?
Not assisting.
No
Probably.
help action.
No helping
Okay.
action, but just kind of vibing, following.
Okay.
Giving the appearance of helpfulness.
So as you make it pretty clear that you're sure, at least as far as Kip is concerned, it's I don't want to be in the jungle alone, but like Evander sees that you're planning on following. You see he lowers himself to the ground, putting his forelimbs onto the dirt underneath him and shifting into a quadrupedal running stance.
Oh man, he's gonna be so much faster.
And you see he looks over at you and says, "Know that I do not offer this lightly. If you would like to not get left behind, I would suggest holding on."
Oh, aye, aye, sir. Kip pops on.
Fantastic. You hop onto Evander's back, and this is like
I can't believe I'm finally riding someone alone.
I was gonna say, imagine riding your enemy.
Now,
So hot.
Hell yeah.
you already kind of knew this because Evander is a monk, and the whole thing with monk is like physical fitness and perfection. But it is immensely clear to you as he is about to kick off, he has an animalistic, incredibly powerful musculature in his limbs. And using the Tabaxi's ancestral ability
Zoomies.
that lets them double their speed, and a dash, and step of the wind, boom! He fucking takes off. You kind of feel like really intense winds, like you feel your face kind of starting to burn as just wind chill hits you in the face, and he starts zipping through the jungle.
Kip probably can't even really keep an eye out to try and look.
Yeah, your
for
eyes are
Enyo.
watering, you have to kind of cover your face a bit.
Oh no, it would suck if I had to bury it into his fur. Oh man.
Enemies to lovers? What?
Listen, if we free you guys, it's potential. Kip's got two hands.
Redeem.
Redeem.
Anyway, Anyway, we're running. We going.
I'll say the cat. Ride a cat boy.
So I calculated it. If I did this correctly, with his regular tabaxi, like ancestral speed, and with the speed from his monk levels, let's see, Phenile Agility lets you double your speed until the end of your turn. Okay. So his walking speed is 50 feet. Step of the Wind increases that to 100 feet. On top of that, using a bonus action... using his regular action to dash increases that to 150 feet. And then doubling that from Feline Agility has him, on the very first turn, move 300 feet around, which, if you shift the decimal place over, he takes off at 30 miles an hour while you are on his back.
Damn.
Good
Motorcycle
Christ,
catboy.
Brendan.
And he's zooming. Big...
Actually, wait, hold on. What was the feet per round again calculation?
He moves 50 feet around just from his monk speed. Dash for 100 feet around. Step of the Wind for 150 feet around.
Okay,
Feline
yeah, that's
Agility
already faster
doubles
than a
it to
cheetah.
300.
That's a motorcycle catboy.
Yeah, motorcycle catboy. He goes neum.
Aye.
Yeah, a little bit of wind chill is not great for you. And he does just barely roll enough to track down Enyo, but not quickly. It takes you about 5 minutes of zipping through the jungle. He really only had 30 miles an hour for the first 6 seconds because of how feline agility works. And for the rest of it, he's still kicking off at 15 miles an hour. It's not bad. Zipping and zooming and zawing through the jungle line. Enyo, I would like you to do me a favor.
Yeah, sure, boss.
This is up to you. Do you think Enyo is using its Blood Hunter form? Or do you want to leave it up to a roll?
Well, you know what? We'll leave it. You know what? I'm almost ashamed of myself. I'm a thing that likes to gamble sometimes. What am I rolling?
That is going to be as you are, like, caving to hunger and instinct, it is going to be a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, great. I love those.
Uh-huh.
19. We're good, I think.
So, okay. No, that's really good. Absolutely. You do not have to shift if you do not want to.
No.
Okay.
That's a form you don't use unless you really need it.
Mm-hmm. It was just whether or not your body decided that you really need it.
Yeah. I got you.
Yes, you do not take your alternate form. Instead, we are going to say that Ares delivers the killing blow. Ironically, on a panther that was just minding its own business. One chomper on the neck, venom injected, and it is kaput. You land, and though you do not take your animalistic form, Enyo's anatomy does allow for her to consume completely uncooked animal flesh. So you just, like, with Ares joining
it's
you
not
just
pretty. It is
tear
not pretty.
into it. Yeah, it is not pretty. I'm gonna say, even though you don't fully shift, at the very least, You've got claws and fangs out, and you are
It's incredible.
ripping into this panther carcass.
It is incredibly feral.
Mm-hmm. And Enyo, Kipariso, you arrive on Evander's back into this clearing, and you see a small, unassuming halfling with ferocious claws, with tufts of fur and patches of scales, and terrible fangs, absolutely devouring a dead panther just in the middle of a jungle clearing. And immediately after seeing Enyo, you are very swiftly taken off of Evander's back and placed on the ground, and he runs over to her, puts his hands on her shoulders, heaving and breathing deeply, and says, "Magistrate, if it isn't too much trouble, calm down. Please, calm down."
I think, usually it's like an instant thing. I think it's like a hot second, like a long enough of a second for him to go, "Oh wait, is this fucked?" Before she stand the body language changes. She's like, oh no, and it's like down in her clothes, like, oh man.
"You are okay, Magistrate. You were without food for several hours. It's fine. We will get you back to the camp. You will get your rest. How are your legs feeling?"
I'm fine. They're fine. I can stand. I'm fine.
He helps you to your feet regardless.
I think she bares his teeth at him, in a semi-playful manner, but also I said I could stand.
Yeah. And then you see he kind of side-eye glances the panther carcass and winces a little bit. And then go, "Come on, Magistrate. Ares." And they head back to you.
She just waves at Kipariso.
Pleasant
Kip has
wave
just
to
been
Kip.
standing there stunned.
And I will say, Kip, you notice there's a definitive shift. As soon as Enyo was kind of snapped out of it, there's not really a lot of acknowledgement about what was just taking place. It's back to regular cheery Enyo.
Mm-hmm. I will say Kip had their lyre out and was prepared to cast a spell if necessary, but now it's just kind of what the fuck, but silently.
What the fuck is a very fitting response for this, I would say. No, there's no combat. Stop playing this. Okay.
Did I?
I guess at some point.
Did I leave you?
You were hungry, Magistrate. You are fine.
I'm sorry.
And in a way that he knows you will understand, he says, "You just followed your instinct. Everything is resolved now."
At least it wasn't a person.
You see in a very somber tone.
Person.
In a very somber tone, he kind of looks back at you and then looks at her and says, "Yes. Good thing it was not a person. We should..." And you see he's a little bit choked up. We should take you back to camp.
It's okay. It's covered in viscera. It's like no.
Yeah, covered in viscera and tufts of black fur.
It's just her she's way too short. Which is no, don't cry, no. Evander, don't make me break out the name. Don't cry.
Hold up. How about here? And Kip is gonna reach into their little bag and pull out a handkerchief and just kind of gingerly try to hand it over to Enyo. Before we go back, maybe you should wipe your face.
I
You see,
guess.
still a little bit choked up and emotional, Evander kind of half jokingly is like, you have a little on the side of your lip there, and there's just like a chunk of kind of jerky consistently, like outer skin with a little bit of fur still attached, and you just kind of.
Oh yeah, I think yeah, I think on the walk back she'll try to clean up a little bit, but her clothes are ruined.
Yeah.
Feel free to keep that.
Oh, you want it back?
I don't usually hand those out, so feel honored.
You hop back onto Ares, and Evander looks at you and says, Magistrate, could you ride ahead for a moment?
Yeah. I feel like she gets directions and probably just like starts heading straight back to camp.
And
leave the boys in the dust. See ya.
Perfect. You begin to head off. Evander looks at you, Kip, and says, I know precisely why we are at odds, and I do not fault you for being at odds with us. Clearly and obviously, neither of us are each other's ideal teammates. At the very least, try to be kinder to her.
I now understand that things are a bit more complicated than they seemed on the surface. I have no idea what exactly is going on, and I am assuming you probably can't tell me about it, because that's just how the Empire works.
And you see, as he watches Enyo right away, he goes, not while she's in earshot.
Yeah, that tracks. Okay.
And
that
he looks...
was whack, but I'll try and be chill because I don't want to get eaten.
You see he'll smile and you say, you only saw Enyo partially shifted. You know,
that's like the third person I've met in a few days who can do that.
He's not
so
like,
at this point, I'm not surprised.
Some similarities to your friend Tara. In either case, nothing in Enyo's life is under its own control. And I mean this in the most literal sense of the term. Nothing is in her control.
Well, I can sympathize with that to some extent. And Kip's gonna like reach and like try and pat them on the like arm as high as they can reach.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'm gonna that's a 10. No thanks. That's not a 10. That's a 15.
15. You see, he sort of awkwardly looks down at you as you like pat him on the shoulder, and he is covered in fur, so you cannot see any like blush or change in pigment because it's just black fur. But as you like pat him on the shoulder, you see him weigh his options here and almost decide to not say this and then go, actually, if you could, towards the center of my back and between the shoulder blades, my arms are too big to...
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've got perfect tiny hands for this kind of work. I'm very good at this.
Incredible. And you just scratch in between his shoulder blades a bit, and you see he like stretches, and again, entirely evident, dude is almost entirely animalistic muscle.
Kip is like biting their lip for several reasons.
I hate
One,
this.
that's cute. Two,
This is
that's hot.
so
Three,
good, and I hate this.
I'm just out here seducing all of the cat persons with good scritches.
I love this though, and this is so good. Eventually you get the spot and he kind of bats your arm away and goes, "Thank you most kindly."
Yeah, no problem. Like I said, I kind of how I make a living. With the hands and yeah, let's
You
walk.
do not need to explain.
Yeah, I guess I don't. My reputation often precedes me.
It depends on which reputation is in question.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten muddled recently with the whole sedition, death. Ooh, all right. Well, I'm walking now. Walking, not talking.
And you see he nods, and he says, "We should catch up with the magistrate."
Yep.
And he smiles, like leans onto his back foot, doesn't go fully quadrupedal, but is bent down like very far, turns to you, smiles a toothy grin, and says, "Try to keep up." And boom, 30 feet, 30 miles an hour, zips through the fucking jungle.
Yeah, and Kip's just gonna reluctantly start jogging along.
Sounds good.
Just muttering under the breath.
And eventually all three of you return to the camp. Lynx, look at me.
Yeah.
Lynx, look at me.
Okay, what did you expect?
Okay.
What did you expect?
No, I just need to ask this. I have one question and one question only.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did you resolve to this? When did you put it together in your head that this is the idea? This is the goal?
In the moment, baby. You know
Okay,
I never have a
fair
single
enough.
thought in my head in advance.
Okay, we can gossip.
Yeah, we can do this later.
We can make out later.
Evander catches back up to Enyo. Again, like a little bit out of breath. And he looks at you and says, "I apologize for letting you out of my sight, Magistrate."
I mean, fine. Oh wow, really? We're not gonna think about that. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We're good. This is fine.
You see he will nod. Say, "Are you all right, Magistrate?"
I'm fine. Don't worry about it. I'm good.
"Magistrate, please be honest with me. If anything troubles you, I would like to be made aware."
I am okay. I am not hurt. I am a little confused, but I'm fine.
You see he will nod. "If you ever need help clearing your mind and muddling whatever confusion afflicts you, do not be afraid to ask for my assistance."
I don't think I don't know how good. We can talk about it later. It's fine. Let's just get I'm tired of these woods. Kipariso, look at me. If you ever...
Kipariso heaving and jogging.
Kipariso. No, Kipariso? No. I think she jumps down and physically walks over to him.
He is like a good 12.5 yards behind you, wheezing and jogging.
No. I'm making it a point. I'm making it a literal point to go up to him and grab his face. I'm grabbing his entire face.
Okay, hands off the merchandise.
Shut up. You shut up. If you ever bring me out here again for 3 hours, I am going to throttle you and make what Empress Leora did to you look like a playground. Okay? We're clear?
You know, you're kind of hot when you're, yelling. Anyone ever
I
told you
will
that?
kill you.
Yeah. Alright.
Hey, shut up. And she's gonna leave.
Look, I can never knock the hustle.
I was like, maybe she'll stay calm. Like, no, this motherfucker did this shit. Anyway.
When in doubt, if you don't want to lie, distract.
Yeah, do that again, see what happens.
Like, well, we were out for 3 hours? Aw, man, that's not my fault. Oh, by the way, have I told you you look beautiful tonight?
Hey, I distracted them and we formed a triad.
Whoops.
I think,
Hey, they come back all holding hands, and Kip is like, "Don't ask."
I think Enyo
Goodbye.
comes out of the woods. Enyo comes out first, stomping, and just wants to sit down, man.
And the fucking odd thruple makes it back to the camp.
Meanwhile,
Points at Ibis. Points at
Congrats, you're poly now.
Congrats, you're poly now.
happened.
Enyo returns
Congrats.
to the camp covered in blood.
Congrats
Oh, yeah.
to Team Edward
Yeah,
and Team
so
Jacob.
The normal
campaign.
polyamorous experience.
Yeah. My God. Okay. Is there anything anyone would like to do before we
I think
round
Ibis
out?
wanted to talk to Calliope over the daggers.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Stop reading what I've written in no mic. Yeah, she was talking with her totally
Okay.
platonic bestie.
Okay.
She was to use the silly little daggers.
Okay. Now remember, like, you
This is a
can
two-way
technically
street.
communicate by reading lips, but like it's like looking through a window, and the window is whatever the other dagger can see.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think it's just one of those things where it's like a connection, and she hasn't done it before.
Mhm. So you pull out one of the Geminite blades.
I've also got sending ready.
Okay. And you have sending ready?
Yeah.
That's so clever, actually. Okay, I like that. Okay. What I need from you is a D20. This is going to decide what Calliope is currently up to.
Just a straight D20.
Just a straight D20.
That's a 6.
6. Let me check my list here.
What? The music just got so fucking serious.
Hoo boy! Okay, hey, the music is on point. So, you take out the Geminite blade, and you look into it, and you speak the command word. And at first you see your reflection in the mirror-polished dagger surface, and it begins to shift and change. And you see a chamber you have never been before. You're sitting on the belt on Calliope's hip as she is walking. So the image is a little bit jostly, and it like kind of bounces up and down as she like steps through.
Yeah, it's a FaceTime in someone's shirt pocket.
Exactly, a FaceTime in someone's shirt pocket. And you see this elaborate, massive chamber. In the middle, a giant crystal cylinder with large brass pipes attaching to it from a bunch of different angles, and a large reservoir of blood. And as you look around the room, there are, at different elevations as the city spirals down, there are at least 3 others of these strange apparatuses at different elevation points, wherever there is an arena in a given section of the city. And Calliope is following behind something that I actually need you to make a wisdom saving throw from just perceiving this.
Okay. Where's my wisdom?
Mm-hmm.
There it is. 24.
24.
Yay!
You do not suffer any stress from bearing witness to what I am about to describe. There is a massive, hulking metallic construct of rusted iron. Its torso is reminiscent of an iron maiden, large and cylindrical, with a weeping faceplate and large arms that are dripping in golden light, and it stomps throughout the area. And it walks to one of the apparati, one of the big crystal blood chambers, and pulls a massive lever down, and a container the size of around a horse's water trough fills with a fountain of blood before the lever is lifted back up and sealed. And it grabs both sides of this vessel and hefts it up. And Calliope just stands and watches still as it performs this action. And you see, this is the part, more than anything, that would have caused stress to Ibis. You see as you're looking at this creature, the sort of two halves of the Iron Maiden structure that makes up its body is a little bit open. There's a little bit of a crevice in it. It's not entirely flush and sealed. It's like doors that are barely open by a crack. And as it begins to walk, you see that the machine kind of slows down and begins to lean forward. And the two walls of the Iron Maiden chamber shut fully. There is a bright flash of golden light from inside the machine, and it stands fully upright and then continues marching. At this point, does Ibis stop perceiving the reflection, or does she keep looking? I will say, for every scene from this point onward, there is a chance that Calliope will notice that the dagger is on. So you can call it now, or you can push it to look at more of whatever this fucking chamber is.
Can she use sending while also focusing on the dagger?
Yes, you may.
So I had what I was gonna say written out,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't think it's applicable anymore.
Interesting. Why would you say that?
I don't know. It's so strange. It's so weird.
It's so strange.
I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, also, I have art for this machine.
Yeah. Give me that good
Let me
art.
put it in no mic.
Oh. Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Yep.
Yep.
there
Thanks.
she is.
There she is.
I know it's in.
Yep, Abby has
Hey.
encountered these before. She knows what these are.
Sweating.
Claire, I'm gonna throttle you.
Claire, this is not something we can do. So you can probably do that.
Disadvantage.
Well,
That
maybe.
is
Maybe.
Quitter talk.
There is a chance.
With these looks, of course there is.
There is a chance that the thing inside of it is hot, maybe, but
Yeah.
Okay, hot is a
We gotta
state
crack
of
that bad
mind.
boy open.
Yeah, I am.
Look, this
God
is just
damn
a
it.
this is just a fucked up Samus.
It's 1 in the morning. Give me some grace. All right.
Stop being horny for the hell caskets.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes.
They're called hell caskets.
Well,
That's
after
fun.
you named them that, how can't I be?
They
It's
are.
alright.
How do I
Okay, caskets.
Okay.
You know I'm God.
I'm sorry. I also love the hell casket. Anyway, that's what I'm gonna say.
Let's just stop.
Oh
Let's stop.
god.
Hard reset.
Okay.
Yes.
So, yes, you can send the
Um,
sending.
She's continuing to watch. I don't think it's she chooses to continue to watch. I think it is she is horrified.
Yes.
And she is watching somebody who she cares about deeply. Do something that she doesn't fully understand but she knows isn't right.
Absolutely. So, do you send the sending now, or do you keep watching a little bit longer?
She's watching.
Okay. So, holding this vessel of blood, again the size of a horse's water trough, gallons upon gallons upon gallons of fresh red blood, not even oxidized. Or not even oxidized, that's not what I meant. Not even, like, dried. It is, like, temperature controlled and preserved within these storing vessels so that the blood doesn't go bad or old. And it marches further along up a massive staircase. And as you're looking, you realize there is one central device at the very top and at the highest point of this room. And near it, in another stairway heading up and away from it, you see the curtains to the room behind Leora's altar in the cathedral.
She stops looking.
Okay. You take it away. You remember a snippet from the dossier that you read on the Wraith. Something that I imagine has been circling in Ibis's mind for a while, but she hasn't figured out a way to attach an image to it until now. You think of sustainment engine. And that's what you think you just saw. And if that's correct, this is where Eurydia's immortality comes from.
I think it's very easy for her to put those puzzle pieces together, and I think I'm also going to take some stress.
Sounds good.
What's the worst one? What's the like fuck me up?
Monstrous is
It's
a D6
bad.
plus 4.
That's the one.
Okay.
8.
Incredible. 8 points of stress delivered to the, probably, like, in terms of age, the baby of the party, but in terms of witnessing horrors of the world, no longer the baby of the party. I think that officially goes to Kipariso.
In terms of trauma. Okay. I think once she stops looking through it, she puts the dagger in the sheath that it was in, puts it in her backpack very calmly, and begins to send the sending spell, which I now have to count on my fingers because I'm just scribbling this out.
Isn't that like the best part of sending though? Is like saying the words out loud and counting them.
Calliope? I'm scared. This hunt is worse than I thought. miss you. How many words was that?
Less than 25.
You're
25.
good.
I think
I didn't
like
count exactly how
13?
many.
Yeah, you got
I think I'm at
13.
14. Okay.
You're at 13.
Can you tell me, are Silent Sisters scared?
Warmer words.
I miss you.
Okay. I have to figure out Calliope's response because there's a limited word count.
Look, you can always do the fun, sexy thing of
I
no
think
thank
it's
you.
vibes instead of numbers.
No, it goes by like, I miss you, and then it cuts off.
I miss you. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my favorite sending thing ever. It's like you're still in the middle of saying something and it's like goes, nope, you're done. You're cut off for the night. Get out of here. Tonight's been a fucking roller coaster.
Look, we just went from Kip riding a cat boy to
the Empire's finest.
the Empire is a lie. Who could have thought?
Damn. Can we go back to Hang On Tight, Spider Monkey?
Yeah, can I get back on that?
Always saying this.
Can we go back to the writing jokes?
Can I get back on riding that boy? Please.
That's up to him.
Aw, man. He's
You have
too
to find
fast
him
for
in
me. I can't
Yep.
keep up.
You have to find him in a good mood.
Ugh.
I'll just give him scritches. Shortcut to get to the
Look.
heart of any cat person you ever
Look.
meet. Scritches.
Look,
Who gives better sketches?
Look.
Kip or Emmy?
Oh.
So,
Oh.
I have the message.
Let me get ready to write this down.
You hear back. Evis, darling, your hunt will be worth it. I am preparing your sustainment for when you return. I don't feel scared. I miss you too.
Oh no. Hey, buddy, no.
Okay. Well, what if Ebus was dense enough to not put the pieces together earlier? That for sure does it.
Yeah. This all but confirms that whatever is going on in this chamber, not only is what's been happening the whole time,
but it's because
also,
of Ebus.
I mean, a little bit that, but also, like, it's confirmation that, like, you're next. You're next in line.
Oh God.
You are the next in line to benefit from this process. When Ebus gets home, she will be sustained. It was just confirmed by Calliope.
Cool. So Ebus is going to let's see.
Sit down and think about her life.
Yeah. She's gonna like sit by the campfire, like head between her knees. Like
Oh no.
Just thinking.
Fantastic. So,
Yeah.
Kipariso, you return from the outskirts of the jungle, flanked by Enyo and the cat boy. And
One
you
of us
see
is covered
your
in
cousin, knees up to her chest, holding her head in her hands, just staring into the roaring campfire.
Yeah, like tracks of dried blood dripping down her face. Like not actively crying anymore, but like where it was.
Uh-huh.
I'm your cousin. What the fuck?
Just staring into the flames.
Yeah, that's messed up. first instinct, Kip's gonna
Fuck your
go
cowboy.
to approach, but then they think better of it, and they go to the rest of the group.
Damn,
Because
this is,
still
god damn
thinks
it,
that
this
Ibis
is
is
from
bad.
earlier. God, that's so
Yep.
good.
Vic.
Yeah.
That's so
Vic.
good. Okay.
Okay, listen, Vic. Consider. Would it be? My brain just went. Consider therapy dog Airy. However, he might be too scary. He might be too
Ayo.
scary.
Anybody gets close to her that she does not know, I guarantee it's not going to be good.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
Uh,
I thought about it for a second.
Yeah, anybody gets close to Ibis that she is not comfortable with, and I roll on the blood surge table.
Yeah, get fucked.
Which, that's a thing, by the way. The blood surge table? That's a thing.
Nice.
6.
Damn.
That's a thing I have.
The party's all back together again, gang.
But we're so broken and all kinds of weird meshed up.
Oh wait, hey, does Kip have prestige?
Yeah.
Can you fix my
Well, actually,
on the way back? On the way back.
Sorry, I'm confrontational right now, so I can't target
shit.
any allies with beneficial spells and effects.
Fuck, you're right.
Yep, you can't.
Hell yeah. I can't even help you clean because it's like, okay, he's like, it's a little bit hot, but also kind of funny, and also if everyone sees them come back covered in blood,
This entire
the
group is
drama.
full of disasters. I love you all so much.
Lysandra.
Everyone is having the worst night of their lives.
No, listen, Lysandra. As soon as these three come into the camp, Lysandra, I feel a disturbance on the force outside my tent.
No, Lysandra is going to be like, all right, I gotta go grab Evander and tell him what I know. I know what he is.
Lysandra walks outside and he is covered in blood. With
I can't
see. Ah, fuck, that's right, you can't! Whoa, forgot!
I just know you reek of blood, and I'm like, all right.
Thank you.
Just walk out, go grab Evander,
Alrighty.
turn back around.
So, as we get to the end, to the second night of your 1 week vacation stay on this exotic
God.
jungle island.
Wow, what a nice vacay.
What a
Thank you
nice
so much.
4
vacay.
days.
Okay, the real thing was Leora sends us out here to just like destroy ourselves
Yeah, you know,
with overthinking.
if
and
you all tear
experiencing
each other apart.
ourselves.
And fucking is gonna happen at some point.
Yeah,
Look at this.
So
Look at these horny
we'll
bastards.
fall apart, but then we'll be brought
Disgusting.
together by the power of love and kisses, and then
No.
we'll fall apart again because Kip is inherently dysfunctional in a
No, listen,
relationship.
I think that.
God, I cannot wait for Kip and the person that they've been pining
I
after
think
to get together and
does.
just like fucking ruin each other for a week and never speak to each other
I also
again.
think it's
No,
so
listen.
funny, the idea of like, this feels like we're just closing out the session and just moving into post-game talk, which I'm honestly okay with, if unless anybody
Yeah.
has any things they want to do.
It might as well.
Okay.
I think.
No.
I gotta go sleep.
Listen,
Okay.
so it's like, oh, we're torn apart but brought together by friendship. No, Kipariso is torn apart and brought back together by lusty, horny, or
Yes.
I just love the idea of like several like the entire like second season of Empire of Blood, Kipariso finally like gets to where Eudorius is being held prisoner, finally frees him. There's this wonderful reunion, and then Evander's just there, and Eudorius is like, who the fuck are you?
Right, so that's my boyfriend, and that's my girlfriend, and that's my other girlfriend, and that's my date mate, who's a queer platonic kind of. We've got a thing. It's an agreement.
it's like that's why to Ennio in the background. I am not a partner of yours. Get fucked.
Okay, but it's like a thing because you're with him and then he's with me and then
I'm not with
it's
anyone.
complicated.
I'm in a relationship with my work.
Right.
A work that we're gonna destroy.
So,
No.
so
So
my
it's
work
like a
real-
will they, won't they?
But no, for real, I do actually have growth planned for Kip, but first they gotta be a bit more of a scuzzbag. I mean, it's part of the deal.
Yeah,
I-
yeah.
I don't know that getting boy pregnant
just wanna
counts
see.
as growth, but
It's
God,
one kind
fine.
of.
for it.
Fine. After wearing me down for the entire fucking session, Claire, add a goddamn point of inspiration to your fucking character sheet, and then stop. I'm bribing you.
For $10,000 a month, I will stop.
I say this with so much love.
God.
The second I don't even want to repeat it, but the second you said it, I'm like, take the inspiration and stop.
Thank you, everybody, who's
Take the
still
inspiration
here.
and get the fuck out of
Can we
here.
get the fuck out of here?
Thank you to all of our beautiful people who are still listening to this somehow. You
I
are
got the giggles. It's late.
All right, so
Wait, is
real
there
quick,
anything else?
real quick. Session is over. We're just calling it there. I cannot narrate an actual ending to this goddamn session right now.
Yeah.
Not after
I
that term
can.
has been thrown
If
out.
you give me control
No.
over
No.
No,
it
listen.
and there.
No.
No, listen. Here's the narrative at the end. That we're all at the camp. It all fades to black. The credits start playing. The background music from the Twilight movie credits starts playing.
No.
The Twilight credits.
No.
Lysandra just asked, I know what you are.
I know what
No,
you are.
we are not
Say
under
it.
any circumstances
Wow.
pulling a. It's like it's the
Yeah.
like. It's the Skyrim, like, hey, you're finally awake. But
finally
instead of
awake.
fading into Skyrim, it fades out at the end of the session and fades into the beginning of the first Twilight movie.
Oh,
Supermassive black hole
Shut
starts
the
playing.
fuck up. I hate this.
Okay, alright,
So-
thank you, stream. Thank you.
Celeste, I
Alright,
can't
wait.
believe that this was a part of the Twilight Renaissance the whole time.
Stop.
It's so clever,
I'm
Steve.
going to fight each and every one of you.
Okay, real
Do
quick,
it.
so fast. So fast. I
Yeah.
need nominations for best scene before we leave.
I say Tara just boldly going up to the Wraith and going,
That
I want
was
to have a
great.
conversation with her.
But
I'm like,
yeah,
yeah,
Tara
okay.
going out on
Yeah.
her own and just being like, I'm gonna try to summon the Wraith is
We're
really
all busy.
good.
Yeah, I
We're all
enjoyed
busy
Tara's tea
talking
party.
about it. She just goes to fucking see it.
Yeah, Kip had a whole plan. Tara's just like, nah, I'm gonna make some tea.
Yeah,
Some
I love-
tea.
I
Yeah, I
should
love
check
how we just went from like a pan of like, yes, Tearfy, like Thunder and Kip having a conversation like, this is what we're going to do. And then we have another conversation like, yes, this is what we're going to do, but with Galatea. And then Tara just does it anyway. Without
Yeah.
talking to any
Tara
of
just
us.
does it and then kind of accidentally insults the Wraith.
Yeah.
Just a
Somehow the
little.
Wraith- somehow-
God. Thin
Wraith
skin.
somehow
I don't
thinks
know.
that
The Wraith can
still-
come to us and we can be
Yeah.
like, hey, we're all monsters here. Look at us. Look at the
So-
party.
Don't call
I-
her a monster.
Look, I don't think saying like, hey, I know you hate this slur, but like we kind of use it in an ironic, reclaimed way.
Yeah, if you say that to,
She's
if you say that to
Yeah.
someone, if you say that to someone who's so not on board with reclaiming it,
Yeah,
it
she was
still
just
doesn't go
created.
well.
Yeah. Like that was a choice that was thrust upon her without her own will. So of course she's gonna hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she is
Can we give this to Tara?
incredibly bitter about it. All right, I think
Kip can't cast beneficial spells on allies, but the plan was to cast Unearthly Chorus on the person who was of questionable alliance or whatever words, and then
yeah,
be
because like
friendly.
you have a roundabout way where it's like the Wraith, not your ally.
Yeah.
Not
So
friends with
it
you.
doesn't count.
You're
I can
just
cast good
kind
spells
of doing the same
Unknown
thing.
allies that are beneficial.
So technically, most possible enemies are referred to as monsters in common D&D terminology, even if they are
Oh.
non-hostile initially. So, like, technically, I'm done.
Technically, I should
How
be
dare
allowed
you.
to kiss Evander.
Team
Technically.
Edward or Team Jacob?
Why not both?
Yeah.
Okay.
Technically.
We're gonna
Because
end. We're
canonically,
gonna end the
furries.
broadcast now. We
Before we
can't
devolve
keep this
into
going before we devolve into this.
Hedonism.
No.
Normally I like to do a very pleasant goodbye, but because of what has happened in the last hour of this session, I am going to end this with a goodbye, fuckers.
Please
I'm
don't stop
sorry.
watching because I'm
Later,
already
Steve.